Welcome, everybody, to the Student of the Month celebration. I do want to announce that our former mayor, Tim Smith, is here and happy to see him back in the chambers. And we'll just go right into the Student of the Month, Olivia Holmes from Peniel Baptist. Is Olivia here? Joseph Kroll from Browning Pierce Elementary. Annabelle Benson, Children's Reading Center Charter School. Molly Miles, James A. Long. Brielle Wright, Kelly Smith Elementary. Trinity Tucker, Mosley Elementary. Tyrell, is that an R or a K? Tyrell Key, Putnam Academy of Arts and Science. Now we're going to take photos. The first set of photos will be with your teachers, educators, and then we will do a photo session with each of you and your parents or family members.
To the videos that were taken today. They'll be on the download them. I'm excited about. Are we doing an iPhone right now? Yeah. Now we stop. I think we still have to get through. Are we need to get reading? Yeah, I was gonna say. Front. Call in front. Call in front. Yeah. Here, this way. Come on. We're gonna try to get you. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You can go. We can take one of the videos. You ready? Look this way. Don't move because of the family member. All right. Let me know when the family's done. Very good. All right, we're going to do individual families with their students. If they want to go up. So if students can stand around the perimeter, around the sides, and then we'll take each of one of you. So everybody stand to the side except I need one. Stand there. Come on there. And where's your family? Come on. Oh. Yes. They're not. The tree. Yes. 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 So, yeah, you guys come over first. Where's your mom? Oh. It's just the three of them. I don't know. It's a, yeah. Here, yeah. That's not it. Got it? You'll get the family. Don't worry about it. All right, next. Yeah. Come on, turn. Come on, turn. Over. Thank you so much. Come on, turn. Everybody looks at show off your seat. Everybody looks excited. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I'll give it one to my other. Okay, hold that slide. Here's your family. Yeah, they, yeah, they, you gotta hold stuff to stay and try.
Next up.
Correct.
Anybody else? All right. Ready? All right, everybody look this way. Good job. Good job. I'm gonna do one more.
Wait a minute, Shannon, did you get me a letter? Yeah.
Next. Congratulations.
Thank you, Molly, come here. Where's your gang? I know it's a lot of them, we gotta get them all. Oh, sure, yeah. They're all.
We're gonna get the whole, we'll get the whole group up here. If everybody's super tongue come out, everybody gets up there.
Yeah, Molly, come up front.
Yeah. You're gonna, yeah.
Denise, you have a phone? You have a phone? You want me to take a picture with your phone? Take a picture.
Here. Everybody look this way. Everybody look.
Okay.
Thank you.
This makes sense. They call me Frank, not to pictures. But everybody. Thank Everybody like this way, Frank.
Got it?
Yeah, hold you. Got it? Everybody sounds good?
Take a picture.
Thanks.
Yeah, we got the summer stuff. We got feet, so. Must. Everybody look this way. Thank you so much. Sorry, good.
Yeah. I know, if you turn on that one. Yep, no worries.
That's wrong there. Look at that one.
As long as they get the camera.
You just, can you said that, I'm pretty sure every event will have. Yeah. Everybody look this way. Make sure everybody's got their hands down. There you go. Very good. Great.
Got it.
Thank you all. Congratulations.
Everything.
Today, we are beginning the City of Palatka, Florida, City Commission meeting on January 8th, 2026. I am calling the meeting to order, beginning with an invocation led by Pastor Mulberry, Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Borum. Please stand.
Let's take a moment of silence, if you will, in the wake of the tragedy of the young man that accidentally on the other day, if you would, for just a few moments. Father, again, thank you for your goodness. We thank you because you are still God. We look to you to give directions and guidance in all that we do. You said in all thy ways to acknowledge you, and you'll give us some directions. And so then, God, we pray tonight that you will bless the board members. You brought us through the year to this new time. We pray for the wisdom that is necessary to move the city in the proper direction. We pray, God, that your hand will rest upon this city even now. We look to you and we trust you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Borum,
Present.
Commissioner Jones,
Present.
Commissioner Campbell,
Present.
Commissioner Davis,
Present.
Mayor Carrera.
Present. Thank you. We have quorum. Has everybody had an opportunity to read the minutes from December 11th, 2025?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have motion approved in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. We will move on to public recognition presentations. Presenters are limited to 5 minutes. Please give us your name and city or town of residence. Homeless Outreach Program from Meridian.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Cohn. I am the president and CEO of Meridian Healthcare, and we are here to talk about our homeless outreach programs. I've brought with me Alan Paulin, who's our senior vice president of community services, and Lindsay Smith, who's the manager for the homeless outreach program. So we're going to give you a little bit of details on what we've been doing here and answer any questions.
Thank you. Meridian Healthcare is a private nonprofit agency serving communities in North Central Florida since 1971, working to restore and build community with life-changing care. The TIA grant, our homeless outreach program, is federally funded. The key element of this grant is to stabilize homeless persons experiencing mental health and/or substance abuse crises, allowing them to access and the capacity to establish and maintain housing. The grant covers Putnam and Alachua County, and the award amount is $500,000 annually. And it covers 5 years from September 2023 for 5 years up to September of 2028. And the core component is that it's run by an interdisciplinary team, which I'll talk about the team members in just one second. But the services performed include integrated outreach and screening at community agencies, at shelters, food banks, and also in the community where we're finding people are congregating or living unsheltered in the streets or accompanying areas. So we have that outreach screening. We provide evidence-based trauma-informed care, not only by our clinicians, but also our other peer specialists and care coordinators. Another big piece of it is coordinating with community partners with that resource linkage, and then aftercare and follow-up once someone is housed for their aftercare program. Moving from the streets to being housed is a big transition, and so they get that support even when they get their housing. So we have a team lead, which Lindsay here is our manager, a clinician, and she also runs the team of another clinician, peer specialists, which are employees who have had lived experience with mental health or substance abuse, and they have been in recovery for at least 2 years. And that's a real critical piece to engage with people who are where that person may have been in the recent years. And the outreach specialist, which I commented on about how we do our outreach, and the care coordinators to advocate for the clients and find resources for them. Everything from sometimes we'll have people with no license, no birth certificate, no food stamps or anything. We get them that foundation and then we build from there. We've also, part of the grant was a subrecipient was Grace Marketplace, and they come from, with their mobile outreach van, they come to Palatka once a week to team up with us to do those outreach activities for that engagement as well, to help bolster those resources. 2 minutes. So you can see on the page if we move forward a little bit, the Putnam County Collaboration Resources, we've listed some of the components we work with or we would access. And at that point, so we have 2 minutes, I'll leave a question in case you have anything that you might want a little more detail that Lindsay could assist with for accessing resources.
Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Pollan? Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Yes, you mentioned Grace Marketplace comes over weekly. May I ask what that looks like?
Yes, of course. Hi, my name is Lindsay Smith. I'm the program manager for the Treatment for Individuals Experiencing Homelessness program. So Grace recently received a grant to do outreach in rural counties. They have a van that they come out with, and actually our outreach specialist works very closely with them. We often get referrals for them, and the Grace outreach workers are often our first point of contact and referral for the individual.
Where do they go? And I hope I'm not being too trite. I want to know what it looks like in our community because we have a specific situation. And one of the things I'm finding, I'm on the leadership board for COC. And one of the things I'm trying to do, because that's the strategic portion, I'm trying to understand more from a practical perspective. Because one of the things I'm learning, I've been talking with Commissioner Wilkinson from the county, and we've been trying to look around to look at what resources we have. And we seem to have beds, and I can talk about that when the time's appropriate. But one of the challenges is we have issues. What I found with resources and what we found is that there are some beds available, but that's for those who want treatment or want to go into a place. Where the challenge is who we see physically who either don't want to go into a program or residential program or get the help, who I'm not going to say prefer, but I see that they go somewhere at night and come back during the day. And so they're not, what does that look like? And I think I understood you to say that someone goes around and does some,
Are you familiar with the point in time count?
yes, I am.
And it's coming up. So a lot of the locations we get for camps for individuals is through that point in time count information.
Correct.
But also with the Grace outreach, like they are going on word of mouth too. So they'll ask an individual, hey, are there any other camps around here? Any other people camping around here? And oftentimes that information will be given to them. But we do use a lot of that point in time count data as well to locate different camps or where individuals might be staying.
So let me make my question a little clearer. So what happens if you come across an individual who does not want to go into a program? Do they just thank you for the information you counted? And
No.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Oh, no. So oftentimes if an individual is not interested currently, what our outreach coordinator do, we'll give them a card. So if you already, and then we do try to connect them with other resources in the area. For example, I see my TOS shelter people here and we worked very, very closely with them. And so often individuals, okay, well, would you like a shower? Well, tell us about this program, or you can go and access these other resources. No, we don't just go bye once they express maybe not so much interested in joining our program, but they do in fact need those resources and need that support.
Well, final question. Are you identifying opportunity for resources that you don't see? For example, if we're giving someone a card and they don't want to go into programs or a bed or residential where we have them, have you identified an opportunity for our city? And the reason I say it is I live not far from the riverfront. I drive by there every day and I'm seeing ebbs and flows, right? Sometimes there are people, sometimes there are not. Sometimes there are people, sometimes they're not. And there was a period where it was like, I don't know where everybody went, but I now see that it's increasing then. So do you see an opportunity that we are not meeting or that we may in your line of work?
That is, oof. That is a complex question because I feel like just in general around everywhere you find there is a lack of resources and there is a lack of support for individuals who are experiencing homelessness, especially if they have a mental health and or a substance use disorder that goes along with that. So I don't think that this is just an issue that is particular to Palatka. I mean, even in Gainesville, we have more people, we have, more resources. There still is a paucity of those sorts of things for individuals who need it.
I think the opportunity, if I may, is for us to continue this conversation through the COCs and the collaborative forums, because I think certainly we identify barriers or opportunities where more resources or more collaboration would be beneficial, affordable housing, those types of things for individuals who may not be wanting to enter treatment, but may be interested in some supportive services in general. Where can we start? So I think for us, we'd love to continue this conversation with all of the wonderful and fabulous partners here in Palatka to see what we may be able to do more of or differently or in addition to. Certainly, I think we've got a great program with our, treatment for individuals experiencing homelessness, but I think more can be done. And so how can we work together to do that? So we'd love to be a part of those ongoing collaborations and discussions in any forum that you may be willing to have us at.
Thank you. And clearly it's, we know it's a national issue and concern, and this community has to come together, and that means not just Palatka, but every municipality, the county, as well as any of the partners in the community that can help, because it is an ongoing thing, and it's not going to improve given everything that's going on if we don't start to address it.
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead.
I actually have two. First, thank you for what you do, but how many beds do you guys have in Putnam County at Meridian for the homeless?
We have beds allocated like in our residential treatment program. They're not necessarily allocated that way. We accept from a number of counties, so any referrals will be evaluated and admitted or put on a waiting list if there is one in our residential programs. So our beds are not necessarily allocated that way, but we absolutely take treatment referrals and we'll work to get someone in as quickly as we possibly can. Now, inpatient, as far as crisis stabilization unit, that's immediate. If there's someone in crisis, that's an immediate evaluation and, admission if appropriate. But for residential treatment, we would evaluate, accept the referral, and see how quickly we could get them in and provide interim services if there was a temporary waiting list. And we also have a transitional housing at a program we call the Lodge. And so if there is a gap in a wait list or a delay in getting someone in residential treatment, we can use that program as a temporary starting place as well.
Where are
So,
those? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so the budget is $500,000 annually. How much of those funds are
It's
coming into Putnam County for service?
Yeah.
I would say
Okay.
it's really divvied up for half. It is divvied up half. That's what it was for. We do find that we are at this point a little more weighted for Alachua. The engagement when we're out here in Palatka, it seems if you compare the populations, a lot of similarities, but it seems like the ones here are a little more transitional. So when we make that initial contact, we go back, maybe we'll see them again. Then we might see them when we're in that area a month later. And developing that relationship has taken longer than when we went at Alachua, where they're somewhat more stable, not completely, but somewhere it's a little more regular where we see them. So it has waited, but our efforts have certainly been split to make sure that Palatka and Putnam County does not get overlooked or the lion's share. Yeah, and the money is, it's very, the money itself does not include bed space. There's a small amount of flexible funds that we can apply for some of the things like in the lodge or temporary housing if there's a plan for that person.
Okay.
But that's a very small percentage, I would say a 5% or less.
Okay, and lastly, I have a comment. You mentioned about working together, and you mentioned it prior to me saying it, but collaborating with these other agencies, we had an instance where agency came in and asked for services and referrals. How do you guys get referrals, number one? And secondly, somebody's gonna have to take the lead in collaborating these agencies together, because we have pods of people that doing pretty much looking to do the same thing and reach the same goal, but you guys are not coming together. And I would like to see you guys come together some kind of way and workshop and kind of put your resources
Absolutely.
together. And I think we have somewhat of a solution, because everybody kind of looking for the city and the county to do these things, but there is parts of money that's coming in, and we found that out just recently, that if we communicate together, we'll see that. I think we could, our monies will go a little further.
Absolutely,
and make
making
it
that a little more
easy to go.
formal, back to what Lauren Cohen was saying about us getting together, really having that direction, seeing what the needs are, what the challenges are, and building on what we already have.
Yeah.
We have various ways to bring in the referrals now, but having that lead is a really good idea. Something we can continue to work on.
And do you have something?
Yeah, I mean, like Commissioner Jones was saying, we do have other agencies, even in the school district, that have homeless for our youth in our community. So again, collaborating will also help with every segment of our community as well. And that's where you first see the homelessness when it's first detected with our students.
Yeah,
And-
absolutely.
And again, with like Commissioner Davis was saying about the agency that she's representing, she's the chairperson for our area to be able to communicate for homeless stuff. So
Yeah,
again,
absolutely.
communicating, collaboration is key. Silos don't get us far.
Yes, and the behavioral health consortium that's held on once a month, we are attendees there, and that has all the agencies there together. Everyone presents, they communicate. Mayor, I know you've been there, seen you there. So that is one really good, positive, collaborative effort where everyone is unified and addressing a lot of those topics that have come up here at this forum.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Davis. That's okay.
As you know, this is very passionate for me, and I'm really working hard, as we all are, to get some solution that works for us. So I think I heard you say that half, so Gainesville 250, Putnam 250 approximately is your goal for the grant. And this is a 5-year grant ending in 2028, which means it's been going on now for a few
Yes.
years. And so are you expending the resources for Putnam? And again, is there an opportunity for some other collaboration? Are those resources, the financial resources?
We are spending
250K?
it. The majority of those resources go directly to staff to pay for staff salaries. So when you look at an interdisciplinary team with fringe benefits, everything else, and transportation, that goes up to a very high percentage of what that money is for. As far as the flexible money that we would have, things to do is very limited, and it's really for just some small items like maybe paying of bills to make sure someone can get to their paycheck to the next one, some things to keep them, some smaller expenses to keep them from ending up being homeless or getting them to that next step of housing.
Okay,
So-
and so that staff, that's Meridian staff
Yes, ma'am.
hired to do this work. Do you have some kind of report card or report that you do on a regular basis? And where can we find that?
We do. We have we work with the grant program official from Washington DC. We have monthly meetings with her. Every month, there's a report that they use for their own internal piece. And there's also an annual report that goes out to them at the when you close out that year on September. And so we just submitted our second annual report to cover all the performance deliverables of that grant.
Great. Let me ask a different question then.
Mhm.
Is there a report of impact from this program available to Putnam County, to citizens, or just not necessarily grant
Yes.
information, but where you're measuring the effectiveness of the program here?
Yes, we do. The people that we have outcome measures of whether they've been refrained from an inpatient stay, how they're doing for employment. There is a list of measures that we have
Okay.
that we do have that, and we could be glad to prepare that for you.
Yes, that would be very helpful. In addition, I'd like to just mention, Commissioner Jones asked about beds. One, where, is the transitional housing? Where's the lodge?
That is in Gainesville. It's
Okay.
right there by our main building on 441.
So if you found someone here who needed care, who could not get into an intensive program immediately, they are eligible to go to the lodge if there's space until they get into, is what I understand. And how are they taken there? How does that work? What does that look like?
Our team transfers.
Okay. I do want to put on in this meeting, again, meeting with, Commissioner Wilkinson, we were trying to look at how many beds were available in Putnam County, and we found that there are more than we recognize. The Lee Conley House has 24 beds. A Recovery Point has 12 beds, 6 males, 6 females. There's a youth I believe it's a youth interfaith program. We're familiar with 12 beds, and those are ages 10 to 18 for troubled youth or kids with that. And I'm happy to report that the Oxford House will be opening next week with 7 beds. It's men only. But it's near the Ravine Gardens, so that is coming. And next, in some point in January, SMA is looking to, will be opening a 15-bed facility. They'll be working with those coming out of the jail system, so, which is a lot of our homeless population. So we do have resources, and to Commissioner Jones and the other commissioners' point, we would like to see, and that's something I'm taking on as with my role in the COC, is integrating and working closer with that. And I think we have to do a better job of educating our community as well, because there are things occurring, but physically and visually, when we see it, it doesn't always look like it. So I want to thank you for what you do. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything, Commissioner Jones?
Commissioner Davis hit on it, but I'm gonna be more pointed. When these agencies come and, people in the community do want to address the homeless issue, but you just mentioned it. Majority of the money that you receive, $250,000, most of it go to salaries. And that's why a lot of people not being serviced. And I mean, not just your particular, well, I guess call it what it is. You said it yourself that, the salaries take up a large portion. So just for numbers purposes, what percentage of those funds actually go to salary?
I would say about 85%.
Oh,
So.
yeah. So
If-
Now,
a lot.
yeah,
If I could add, the intent of this particular grant, since there were no housing dollars or bed dollars associated,
Yeah.
this particular grant was to get more people in the encampments and out on the streets, talking to those, bringing people in, leveraging the collaboration and the resources that are available. As you just mentioned, some of those housing resources Lindsay is very familiar with and is working closely with. So we can get our folks out on the streets, engaging with individuals, applying for appropriate benefits, because what that does is open the door for more housing resources and many other resources. So that's really the intent of this grant. So there weren't housing dollars associated with it. So just want to
And grants are very specific. and
Very
you have to
specific.
live up to the
Yeah.
letter of that particular grant.
Yes, we don't have
that
latitude
flexibility,
with that.
yeah.
But that was the intent of this, was for us to get people out in the communities, on the streets, in the places where individuals are not readily accessible or interfacing regularly with these community programs, to bring people in and start the conversation about how we can help them. What can we do? Where are they ready to consider? Maybe not treatment, but how can we help get you a shower, get you some benefits? Can I come back and meet with you? And then we can talk about treatment, building that rapport. So that was really the intent of this. And so collaboration is super important as we work to get people connected with the other resources that may be available too.
So I'm gonna say, because I actually was kind of turned off when I learned that the bulk of this was going to administrative salaries, but thank you for the explanation that you had. So I have a question with regards to boots on the ground. How often is your team actually in Putnam County?
We have staff members out here basically every single day because
Okay.
there are clients that we service out here who receive regular care coordination. And this is just beyond the general outreach. So part of this program, as Lauren was saying, is to help individuals access things like mental health therapy. When somebody is unsheltered, they're not thinking like, oh, I got to get to my appointment at Meridian. They're just trying to survive. So this allows us to go out there and engage with them. And then once they become engaged with the program, we also provide care coordination. So as Lauren was saying, that care coordinator is going to help that individual. Do we need to connect them with a SOAR worker and so they can apply for SSI, SSDI? Do they have SNAP benefits? Can we connect them with SNAP benefits? Our staff members will go out with a hotspot and a computer into a camp, obviously not by themselves, so they're the staff members, in order to complete these applications. Because individuals who are just trying to survive day to day, they're not thinking about the sort of minutia, things like that. And so that is what this program allows us to do. It allows us to go out to where these individuals are and meet them where they are in order to connect them with these various resources that they might not otherwise be connected with.
So as we move forward, when we talk about collaboration, I want to make sure that, because there are a lot of meetings happening and there is no real fruit that's being produced at these meetings. I feel like a lot of people are meeting just to meet. So as we begin to, or as you all begin to collaborate, and I issue this challenge to Commissioner Davis, because Commissioner Davis has been very vocal with bringing things back to the commission, as well as Commissioner Borum, who has been on the homelessness on the unhoused for quite some time. I want to say a few years now. But I want to make sure that we are seeing the fruits of the labor and we're just not having conversations to have conversations to take back to our respective communities. As you can listen from the conversations that has transpired here tonight, that we are very passionate about this, and this conversation has not been one that has not been had. We've been having this conversation for quite some time, and quite honestly, I have not seen anything that has been fruitful overall. So I want to make sure, as you all collaborate, that when you are going into these meetings, that we're going into these meetings to be proactive and not reactive.
Yeah. Well, and I will say this, we actually worked very, very closely with the TAW shelter while they were open. We were there for all of their case management
No,
hours.
This is not targeted to you.
No, I'm just
This
letting
is-
you know.
No, so it's not targeted to you or your specific organization.
Of
It's a
course.
general statement, because again, when there's multiple people, and I say it all the time, we talk about things of why they're hot, but while they're no longer hot, we put them on the back burner. But this is something that has been at the forefront of Putnam County for quite some time, And I really would like us to find a solution to the problem. It may not be a 100% cure, but again, I want to make sure that we are moving towards a solution to the problem that we have been faced with for so long.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Any additional comments?
This is one quick.
Go ahead,
And
Commissioner
it,
Boyle.
just only one other thing, I do know that the commission did vote to have 200,000 set aside for the homeless for this year. And so we have funds available, as well as what we have also in the ARPA funding for homeless. We can channel some of those dollars as well. So we do have some funding, but we would also like to see if we can get funding from other agencies as well to kind of
course.
combine those to meet the needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On to nonprofit organizations. Commissioner Campbell, you want to?
I want to make a statement before we move to that. I hope that we are not going to sit through presentations where we've already, let me finish, where we've already approved, and that this process is just acknowledging those who we've already approved and moving forward.
That's correct, sir. The only thing that I've asked the nonprofits are here tonight to at least express their gratitude for us assisting them as the city in the various missions that they did present during the budgeting process.
Thank you.
And
I
so,
do need to inform the commission that there is a bill pending with the legislature, HB 605, that will prohibit local governments from giving funds to nonprofits.
But that has not passed
It
yet.
hasn't passed
That's
yet,
just in the future, perhaps.
but it
so-
is out there.
Right, so what we would like, if you're, which organization are you, please?
I'm just a business owner right in the middle
Oh,
of
we're
everything.
not, I don't think we're
On
there.
homelessness. Oh, no, I want to speak about the homeless.
That's on public comment.
That's public comment, that's
Yeah,
a different.
Sorry then, do you
Could you-
just
could
need
you-
this?
Yes, because sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't know. No, that's city clerk, please.
So,
Thank you.
okay, so can the nonprofit organizations just come up and express your
If you want.
gratitude if you're here?
Ms. Carter,
Yes?
can we just have them all come up and we take a
Yes.
group picture and
Yes,
we
sir, we
understand
can.
that, and the rest go out with the public information officer?
Yes, sir. Let's get a group picture with all of the nonprofits that the city did assist.
Good
And
idea.
this, Family Life, we need to make an actual presentation, give hers. And you've already, yes, please. Okay, all this. And so I'll say the names, or you can say your name. Name of your organizations that we have
Great.
helped. We have Family Life. So we had at least 4 organizations that, were awarded. We have Putnam County Care
Coalition.
Coalition. We also have Feed the Need. We have Episcopal, I see you, and also the Family Life Center. And so our commissioners have graciously continued to assist you in your mission. Okay? And this is your opportunity. You can look at them and say thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, yes. Oh, you want me here? It is.
Alright, everybody look this way. Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for all that you do.
Say thank you. Yeah, it's just, because you are here, please, can you at least say one word about what you do so the public can know?
I knew it was gonna happen.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Well,
Just
also,
briefly. I will, briefly.
They told us that when they gave us the presentation. They told us that when they gave it.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, I'd like,
Please give us your.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I'd like to say-
Excuse me, please give us your name. And
I'm
you-
Denise Bramlett, Executive Director with Feed the Need of Putnam County. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity that you gave us to help support our mission. I believe I put on each one of y'all's desk a cover of how we've spent the funds so far and what our anticipation of spending the funds in the future. Also gave Madam Mayor a copy of our newsletter that we recognize, and we also do social media, Facebook, and you'll be on our website. So we appreciate the collaboration, and feeding 800 students every Friday for the weekends is a task, and we appreciate you being part of our team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Anyone next, Tom?
Lolita Thomas, representing the Family Life Center. So at this time, so for your donation, we really appreciate it. It will allow us to continue to serve the community. We have been able to serve over 11,000 families with food insecurities, as well as to provide clothing. So these funds will go along with helping us enhance those capabilities, as well as enhance the environment for our citizens.
Thank you.
They do way more than she just mentioned, but they help maintain the existing quality of life for community members who they currently serve and those who are going to be joining them in the future. They use juvenile crime prevention. They are part of that. Positive police, community relations, police athletic league, and those programs. Youth development skills. They continue to do things to serve all of our community, among other things. And so we want to thank them for what they do for our community, as well as safe places. They create safe places for people who are in need. So they continue to serve our community, and on behalf of the city, mayor, and our commissioners, we'd like to extend this $10,000 check to Family Life Center for Miss Lolita Thomas.
Hello, I'm Brittany Spangler, the Vice President of Programs at Physical Children's Services. And what we do is we serve families residing in Putnam County who need assistance with paying for childcare. These families are either working or going to school and just need that extra help. We also serve families who are receiving services through the Department of Children and Families, the homeless, domestic violence, all of those different things to make sure that those children are safe and care. The money that you gave, which I will say we did ask for 3,000, we were surprised with 5,000. So that was a wonderful surprise. And thank you. I can't say thank you enough. But what your money will do is you can look at it two ways. It's either going to basically serve 14 children with a full year of services, or we can take that money and in 1 month, it would cover 168 children's care for 1 month of services. So it's really great. I appreciate everything that you all do in the community, and we're here, we're enrolling. I just want to also shout out that our voluntary pre-kindergarten program just opened their registration January 1st. So if you have a 4-year-old on or before September 1st, they're eligible, no income requirements. And if you need anything, just reach out. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Georgia. Please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I think we know one another. My name is Georgia Mitchell. I live here in Palatka, and I'm the Executive Director for the Putnam County Care Coalition. Thank you so much for assisting us with our new program launch, HOPE, providing housing assistance to people before they become homeless. We think that this intervention program will be a very cost-effective way to help people within our local area, and a great way to help them build a gap towards being independence. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Connie, can we request in the future, and everybody doesn't have to come for that event, but that we do have a kind of a mini report breakdown of how those funds were used? Thank you. Any other questions? We will move on to our proclamation for Arbor Day. Is there any, so City of Palatka, Tree City, USA proclamation, whereas Arbor Day is observed throughout the nation and the world in recognition of the many benefits of trees, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products, and whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community, and whereas trees are wherever they are planted are a source of joy and spiritual renewal, and whereas the City of Palatka is proudly a Tree City, USA. Now therefore, I, Roberta Correa, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby proclaim January 16th, 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Palatka, and we urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day by supporting efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Is there anybody here to receive the proclamation? Apparently not. Okay. We'll hold on to it and we'll get it along, but thank you. Plant a tree. We're going to move on to our reports, starting with myself and then with Commissioner Campbell. These reports are to give everybody some information about the various boards we all participate in and what's going on with those. So I am on the Police Pension Board, which we met in December, and the investment portfolio continues to grow for the retirement for those Police Pension Board members. I mean, for those members of the police department that receive a pension, excuse me. I'm also on the Putnam County Chamber Economic Development Council, had a luncheon in December. The presentation was by the company hired by Elevate Putnam to attract retail and restaurants to the county. And those consist of generally franchises and chain businesses. TDC, I'm on the Tourist Development Council Board, that we will be developing the fiscal year 25-26 budget, revising, updating TDC grants, and an RFP was issued recently and closed for development of a destination website. The Trail Town Committee, Palatka is designated as a trail town by Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And that means we are a trail hub for hiking, cycling, and kayaking. The Trail Town Committee will participate in a statewide meeting on Tuesday, January 13th. The Putnam County Development Authority, which also Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Campbell sit on, will be interviewing candidates for the executive director position this upcoming Tuesday, January 12th. And that concludes my report. Commissioner Campbell?
We are revamping for the new year. So none of my boards that I generally would meet monthly took a break due to the holiday. So I will be able to provide a report starting January once we start meeting effectively again.
Thank you. Do we want to continue these reports on a monthly basis or would quarterly make more sense? I'm just asking the question while we're discussing.
Mayor, I don't see it being no different than the commission comments.
Cheerful. I think that's
And in summary, what does that mean? Do we want to continue them? That's what I thought, so I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on our
Yes, okay.
agenda,
Commissioner
I want
Combs.
to make sure I have clarity. On
We do.
the agenda,
It's worth a try.
I'll give you the clarity. We no longer want.
They no longer want to do that.
With identifying each commissioner at a commission meeting. If we do need to share reports, we would do so during our commissioner comments at
Okay.
the latter part of our meeting.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Mhm.
City manager and administrative report. Ms.
Yes.
Hardy?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, commissioners and everyone. Just quick highlight, we're in the midst of looking at our human resources department. We're looking at restructuring, adding more resources. Currently, there are 2 employees in the department, a manager and coordinator. We are considering possibly a human resource director or generalist. We hope to have that decision made by the end of January. We're also looking at the salary study that was performed back in June of 2021. So we're hoping to have that updated soon as well. We did get a number of quotes, but we'll keep going. The other thing is we have policies that we're in the midst of updating, more particularly our grievance policy. Hopefully we'll get that completed in January. River Street retaining wall, finally, we are moving to construction. That starts January 12th. We've already closed and blocked roads and started safeguarding our public works. We are now beginning the movement from where we were to the new facility. Then that started January 7th. This is a project that was started back in 2023. So we have made significant progress. I also want to point out that our newly retained public information officer, she came to me with a project that I think is very worthy. I would like you to come up real quick, Ms. Hall, and quickly explain it. Quickly, Palatka 175.
Good evening. What I wanted to do is just kind of read this this day is kind of very important for the city of Palatka. January 8th is the day.
Is that mic on?
Is it now? This is the only time I'm not loud. There you
Yeah,
go.
Yeah, they want to hear you.
Actually, January 8th is the anniversary of when the city was chartered for the first time. In 2 years, in 2028, it will actually be our 175th anniversary. I propose to put together a year-long celebration that will combine our communities and be able to do something every month to highlight the amazing things that are done here in Palatka. So if you want to bump through that just a little bit, I will go through the executive summary, but this is a really great way for us to celebrate and to unite. We want to go ahead and maybe highlight every month
from, if you look through this, and I'll make sure that you have printed copies, you know, Founders Month, Heritage Month, help with the Azalea Festival, but everything will be grouped into these categories about our past, our people, our pride, and our promise for the future. The goal of this is a year long, like I've said, so I'm really excited. I'm working and have completed a binder for potential grant applications. But I just wanted a second tonight because today's date was so significant. I felt if I missed this day, that was kind of bad on me. But I hope that the public will, you know, embrace this. We're going to be doing committees to make this a really stellar event. So look forward in the future for more information on it, but I'm really excited to be able to start this project. I just wanted to mention it today.
And today is actually the birthday.
Yeah.
Of
Thank
the
you.
city of Palatka,
Any questions?
January 8th.
We good?
Thank you. No, it sounds exciting. Thank you.
Okay. Next would be the Rhodey Road completion, please.
Are you finished with your report?
Yes, sir.
Because you moved along before we had the opportunity to,
Ask questions.
yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have a question with regards to the policies. There was a time where policies were being brought forth to the commission
Right.
for us to review and make changes. That has stopped. I would like us to revamp that
Mhm.
so that we can be ahead on some of these policies and going, instead of addressing them as they come. So I would make that recommendation that that process comes back to us so that we can be proactive instead of reactive.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Connie in regard to her report?
I do.
Go ahead.
Just an update, I wanted a universal update on the positions that we have. You mentioned HR. I want to know the status of our legislative aid.
Yes.
When are we going, when will the interviews start for that? And when are we expecting a timeline to have that person on board, for us?
I can answer that. Is Ms. Jones here? Can you please come up? But we are actively in the process.
It's just been other hires.
On this process.
Yeah.
Right.
The legislative.
Now we finally have applicants come through. Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Okay, so all the applicants that we have received, of course, are forwarded to Ms. Carty for review. For anybody that we would like to schedule, in this past and with the holidays, we've really been focusing more on some well, and I know, I'm not saying that's not a major, but we're without a grant writer, and the project manager leaving. So those were more of what they were trying to schedule interviews, and not just working on our schedule of being out. We were actually operating with people being out of town, or candidates had already planned things that we couldn't schedule the interviews. So they were kind of scattered. So the the commission's legislative aid position is one that I want to start scheduling that as soon as possible, or next week to start scheduling. However, there were some concerns of how we're going to move forward with that. So you all would have a say so on who's going to be, because they'll be working directly for you all. So that's something that we're trying to work through on how that process is going to look, as well as scheduling the interviews and choosing a candidate. But then there's still going to be more process. So a normal turnaround of I'd say 2 weeks, and sometimes it's less depending on how fast they move through medical and all of that. So that's going to take a little bit more time on how we're going to maneuver this process as if the candidate that we're choosing based on the job description and their qualifications is going to be somebody that you all are also in acceptance of. So that was one of the concerns.
Time, Bell, please go ahead, Commissioner.
I got the floor.
Yes, sir.
May I make a suggestion that as we're doing the selection process from talent acquisition, that we actually are probably provided resumes?
Okay.
So that because this person will be working closely with us, resumes so that we could review those. And as far as the interview process, I think suggestion to Ms. Carty that maybe we don't sit in on those interviews, but it may be in an area where HR, whoever does the interviews, but we could probably look in on Zoom or something so that we also would be able to, if you want to, as far as commissioner, kind of see how that person interact, how they interview, make it a little more personal because that is gonna be a person that's gonna have to deal with 5 different personalities. And I think that process is gonna have to be approved, or at least by the majority of who we actually want to work closer with. And as Commissioner Campbell said, we did know that we wanted that position, and it would be a great help during the legislative session to have that person in place. With the bulk of information that we're gonna be having in the presentations that we will be doing in Tallahassee. So that's why I want to know the update, and I want to see, can we all be on board with whatever we're deciding collectively? Go ahead, I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Campbell, you want to say something?
Actually, Commissioner Jones kind of made the point that I was trying to make or wanted to make. No, you're fine. So I won't belabor the point.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, just to recap, we're at the point where the position's been posted. It's been closed for applications, and we have the applications and
So, yeah, we
interviews
have-
to be
we have-
scheduled. Okay,
Right, we're scheduling interviews.
okay.
I asked for a timeline though. So when expect it? Because we're not, if we don't give them,
Exactly.
I'm just being honest, we could expect it. Man, I mean, because we knew that it's time we want that position filled.
Yeah, for a while, we were not receiving any applications.
And then the
Just
applications that we
recently.
were, and it's not that we haven't received a lot, but for the qualifications of what you're looking for,
Right,
they just weren't meeting. So those are not, I mean, we could interview every candidate that sent in for one, but it's not gonna be, if they're not meeting the basic qualifications of what you all are seeking for in the job description, then that's what's being passed on for Ms. Carter to say, yes, let's interview this person.
so we are now starting to receive.
So Commissioner Campbell.
I want to say that the hiring process should be a standard process.
It is.
There should not be a reason of why you have to reinvent a wheel that has already been established. So I don't want you to overwork yourself in that sense. And let's just begin the interviewing process so that we can try to get this person on board. But trying to identify this, that, and I don't think just go by the basic hiring practice as if this person was anybody else.
Okay.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's just a quick update about the Roddy Road project that we had begun back in October. As you know, we need to reroute a 13-inch pipe for the sanitary sewer back from the river or stream out there off of Roddy Road. It took a few months, but they ran 300 feet of pipe underneath the river by 7 feet. So it'll never be an issue again. They completed it and it came out really well. They did a good job, on schedule, on time, and at the expected price. There were no changes or anything, so came out well. Any questions?
We have no questions on that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Glad to see it's completed.
Us too.
FPL LED lighting. What's the that one? Okay, thanks.
Good evening. Just wanted to give everyone an update on the LED street lighting project that we have going on. We've received the contracts from FPL. We've signed the contracts. They've been submitted to FPL. They've given us the invoices. We've processed the invoices and the check has been sent to FPL. I've had conversations with our 2 points of contact from FPL for them. The lighting will be ordered very soon from them. It'll take about 4 months to get the lighting in and then about a 2 to 3 month process time for them to get them up. But I will have weekly, if not weekly, bi-weekly communication with them to ensure that they're staying on track with our project to have it done in the year timeframe that you guys requested.
So if I may make a statement, and it may be more to, I don't necessarily like the way that it's worded on the agenda, because it was not just highlighting crime areas, it was highlighting low lit areas.
Areas, right.
Yes,
And
sir.
we made sure that we specified that when we were having this conversation. So again, I want us to be mindful. I don't want people to see if they have lights going up in their neighborhood, that their neighborhood is considered to be high crime when we were addressing the issue of low lit areas.
Yes, sir.
So
Safety reasons as well.
I really want to make sure that I put that on public notice, that it's not high crime areas. It's areas that have low light, and some of those areas may have been in crime areas. So we have to be mindful of how we put things out.
Yes, sir. We had three different categories. We had
Absolutely.
high crime, we had hotspot, and then we had low lit. And we're actually replacing more lights in low lit areas than we are in the high crime area.
Exactly, and it does not reflect that on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Before we move on to this portion.
And we also did complete, Chief, that speed.
Also, the Viking Street program, or not program, but project has been completed. It was completed on Tuesday, and we have photographs here of the entrance from St. John's and the Third Street side. So we have the two speed tables have been installed, and all of the additional signage has been installed as well. That project was completed on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Carter, before you move on, and I want to stay at city manager reports. During the commission, this is addressed to the entire commission. During New Year's Eve, there were no fireworks. I don't know if you had expectation of fireworks for New Year's Eve. Fireworks display at the riverfront. And I got a lot of calls about it. You know, some people want to have fireworks, some people go to church, different things. Everybody don't go to church. So I want to know what's the pleasure of the commission about firework or some type of celebration on New Year's Eve. Could we have that discussion when we start? At this point, it was not appropriate. I just wanted to ask because it would have been in this report.
Yes, if I may respond.
Go ahead.
I'm meeting with the Community Affairs Director because we've identified it as well. It will, in fact, it is our intent to have it included in next year's New Year's Eve. It's just such an opportunity to bring the community together, family event. And so we are addressing that now. We will get back with you and provide you our intended plans.
Great. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To that discussion, I also had a lot of calls and saw a lot of posts about, instead of, in lieu of fireworks, to have a drone show again. And people really wanted that. And for those that have neurological concerns, for vets, for people's pets, and for the environment, though, that can be a better way to go. And maybe we should look at that and the cost of that.
Thank you for the input.
And when we were still on positions, I didn't ask, and I should have, the assistant city manager position. What's the status of that?
At this moment, there is no status other than trying to complete the other priorities and getting to a point where we're organized enough that we can place the ad. We have already prepared, however, the job description that has been prepared. I'm reviewing it. And the intent was to have it placed initially by the end of January. But we are still looking at that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Campbell.
That is a priority. And we made sure that we made mention of it being a priority so that it would allow you to be able to administratively focus on other things that you can do. So I want to make sure that this becomes a priority,
Okay.
just like any other vacant position that we have, because we expressed that multiple times, that the assistant city manager would allow you to operate a little bit different and manage a little bit different.
Okay, so we have at least prepared the job description. We can move further.
Are you, Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. So Ms. Cardy, there are a few things, and Commissioner Campbell spoke about one of them. One of my concerns is that we were very clear, the commission, when we provided direction for HR,
Yes.
for the position of Assistant City Manager, we were very clear. I am concerned that these items are not being addressed efficiently and timely because they were critical and they were a key component to the direction given when we made the decision to move forward, you know, with you as city manager.
Okay.
So I am asking that we have a status at the next meeting
Yes, that's what I'll do.
of action that is being taken on the items. If you could go back and review all of the items we've given direction on that were a part of that. Those need to happen as soon as reasonable, as high priority. I am looking for an HR restructuring because the directions were clear. So please go back and revisit the minutes and the documents and make sure that we are carrying out what has been directed to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, and to that point, I do want you to know it's not being ignored. We are in fact doing it, but I will push this much, much more aggressively.
Okay.
Thank you, because we've discussed it every
Yeah.
time I meet with you and you had
I
told
know,
me
I
it's
said
early
by the end of
January, and here
January.
we are, mid-January, and
Right,
nothing's
we're
happened.
still in January.
Well,
Yeah,
again, Ms.
so-
Cardy, and one other thing, please, we're just asking you to receive the information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Barr.
On my end, I've just concerned with the engineering position that we've been trying to hire for the past 3 years. Every time we have projects, it costs us 25, 30, 100,000 plus dollars for various projects.
Yeah.
And we could save that for the number of projects that we have, we would save in the millions. And so if that's a key position that we can save money
Right.
as opposed to spending additional money. Now, as it relates to some of the positions that we had talked about, you had put up a while back as to what you wanted to fill to save the city dollars. One of those positions, I think, was the assistant city manager position, which we didn't implement that until probably 2021, 2022, and the city had operated without that position for quite some time prior to, because we never had one. I think the intent of that position at that time was to align the individuals to be able to move into the city manager. So we kind of balked on even creating that position at one point, but it's your decision at the end of the day, or what have you, as it relates to that. But again, just really look at how our budget is structured and see what positions is going to give us the best impact on from our dollars. That makes sense.
Commissioner Jones.
It's not popular, but I want to say it because we never get a chance to discuss. And it's about the assistant city manager, and Commissioner Boyle kind of hit on it. There's never been a position in the past. It was created, and you guys that was here know the history of why it was created. Ms. Carter is hired on at a rate, and we've gotten the backlash at her higher rate for this community, pretty high. And to put someone else in as an assistant city manager, what are we requiring Ms. Carter to do? Because I want to know the difference between what an assistant city manager would be doing versus the city manager. And as we never have filled that position in the past, why did we have a succession and say, we want to pay a city manager a significant salary as she gets, and then bring somebody else in to do part of that job? That's what the citizens should be asking us, why would we do that? And I think it's a fair question when they ask, why are you hiring an assistant city manager for what we actually hired, in addition to what we hired the city manager as in that range. So, and we never paid a city manager never made the amount of money as Ms. Carty is currently. So, as we're being responsible to our constituents, that is a valid question, and I wanted to bring it out. Happened to come out now, but quite sure that could be revisited because that position was in the budget prior to us making this hire and paying the salary that we're paying for it. I asked Ms. Carty to please show me what would be the duties and responsibility of an assistant city manager that doesn't correlate to what her current duties are now. And so either Ms. Carty is capable of doing the job that she has and we pay her for, or she's not. And she have shown that she is capable. But I think when the question is gonna really come to us, we're pushing, and why are we pushing? Can she do the job for what she get paid for or not? That's a question that I think we all are gonna have to answer at some point in time. And when we talk about we're pushing to make that decision and push the button, the constituents are asking that question. And it's been asked, and I guess y'all may already have the answer. I would like them, if you would have the answer, tell me now today too, so I could be aware.
Commissioner Davis?
I can only speak for my perspective. So I am a proponent of having an assistant city manager. And the reason I am has nothing to do with Ms. Carty's salary for me. We voted and that is her salary. I know there are people who agree and who don't agree, but it passed by the board. So that is what we agreed on by vote. The reason I am a proponent of having an assistant city manager is for one, for succession. Given the city's history with city managers, we have had gaps in getting effective city managers that have oftentimes resulted in either resignations or firings. Though that's critical, especially at this point in the city's posture of on the brink of positive growth. In addition, we don't know what we don't know. But since I've been on the commission, I have experienced too many employee concerns and issues, just too many. Now, while the city manager is not directly responsible for that, she directly manages the HR leader, right? And so there's opportunity for the city manager to go up at and I'm going to call it a more effective level of operating, where it's strategic operation for this city, so that we can position ourselves in places that we need for growth, where we need to potentially have some public-private partnerships, interacting more effectively, in my opinion, with the chamber, other strategic level, executive level decision-making and opportunities for our city. I see a need that there is opportunity for someone who could focus on operations at that levels. And again, that's my recommendation, and I'm going to stop there. But overall, that's why. And I could provide additional details if needed, but I don't want to do that here.
I agree wholeheartedly
agree.
with Ms. Carty. I'm not Ms. Carty, Ms. with Commissioner Davis. And just because the city hasn't had, doesn't mean that the city doesn't need. And that's in more than a lot of our departments. So I think, again, I agree, not to rehash, but I agree wholeheartedly.
I do also, and I do remember when the city didn't have an HR department and it wasn't
And
all that
that's what I
long
was
ago.
referring.
So I just think we have to realize the city's moving forward, the city is growing, hopefully in a positive manner, and we have to be prepared for that. And we've seen time and again, we don't have succession plans for key positions.
Let's add legal.
Go ahead.
Well, and I hear the commissioner and the mayor, but, and I totally agree because everybody have their opinion, but I think, we're in the process of doing a operational audit. I think, we should maybe take pause for a minute just to kind of at least let the operational audit happen so it can kind of help determine whether where your dollars are really going and do they really make sense. The operational audit will pull out all of those various things as it relates to employee positions, operations, revenue streams coming in. It's going to look at everything in a more micro level. And it's going to give us some reports that we have not had in the past. And we just never had an operational audit. So I just want to ask the commission if just take a pause on it for a minute. If it's not going to impact the operations, because we got strong department heads. We don't necessarily, if the city manager is not in place, we got strong departments that can run themselves. I'm just saying, let's take a pause for a minute and think about it. Every department head, and we've been in that position before, to where the department heads are the ones that's key to the city to help run, and the city managers that pretty much oversee, administer our wish and will and our mission and vision. So just think about it. That's all I'm asking.
Okay,
I'm not.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Borum. What I'd like to add now is this. We're okay. Our city is making it, and and this is, again, my perspective. But the opportunity I see for us to be a great city running more efficiently and effectively is being hindered by waiting and seeing. The operational audit is absolutely needed. One concern I have, which is why I'm an advocate for having an assistant city manager, is the reason we haven't received the salary review. In my opinion, the operational audit and some of these other things we're asking, because our city manager is doing so much and operating on so many levels, even some levels that are not even appropriate for an administrator in this city. She should not be operating in certain day-to-day activities that we've had conversations about that she's doing, which is taking her away from the actual job of doing the work of a city manager for our city to be better. We do need an operational audit, but I do not believe we can wait to get a city manager, an assistant city manager to do that. We approved a budget, and in that budget, if I'm not mistaken, I know I voted for a salary for an assistant city manager. Now, that was the same logic that was used for us to move forward with what's the water park?
Oh, yeah.
That's the same logic. The logic I was given, and I wasn't here, was that we put it in the budget, so there was intent to have it. I know my intent for voting for the budget that we had was for us to get that position. And for the reasons I stated, and I don't believe we can continue. Just tonight in this meeting, we're asking the city manager for items we have given direction on months ago. Now, I don't know the actual reason why we haven't received them. What I know without doubt is that it is unacceptable for anything else to be late, because timeliness matters when we are looking at the benefit or what's best for our city. While I believe we do have good department heads, I think there's opportunity to be better. So that's my feedback, and that's what I'd like for us to consider.
And with all due respect to Commissioner Borum and Commissioner Jones, the majority of us on this commission did advocate for the filling of that position. So I stand by that too.
And we're not and I'm not gonna beat a dead horse, but we're not saying we don't want to fill it. I mentioned the economic impact of the other position at $100-some thousand salary plus benefits. And I think if we have survived without that position this far, it's not unreasonable to wait. But and it's kind of ironic on some things. This commission will let's hurry up and get it done. But on other things, we drag our feet. And you mentioned about the splash pad. The splash pad was about 4 years ago. It wasn't just with this budget cycle. So it didn't happen overnight. As a matter of fact, nothing has happened on that project as far as groundbreaking yet. So, and I don't take that stuff personal. Those are projects. This is a matter of when you're talking about when Doge come into Putnam County and they start talking about appropriation, positions versus accountability, we are going to have to answer for it. So when you start talking about, and that's why I asked, what would be the task for these positions? What would you mentioned some things that we probably want to free up the city manager for. So to me, it means we're getting less for more because you're getting less responsibility for more money. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm glad we're bringing it out in this type of form so that the folk will understand the positions of each commissioner. So it's not, and this is not a bigger deal. It's just everybody's position. So that's mine, and I'm done with it. Thank you.
If I may respond
Go
also, Commissioner Borum did ask about the status of the engineer. And that position, we've had a lot of problems trying to get qualified applicants, but we actually have an interview scheduled for tomorrow. So we're very hopeful that the position will be filled. And with the directive received tonight, we will move more assertively with completing and editing those job descriptions, and we will be communicating with you. So next commission meeting, we will have a very good status report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? On to the financial report, Ms. Pierre.
Hello, everyone. Here to present the financials for November 30th, 2025. Please note that the annual budget has been divided equally into 12 periods for the purpose of this presentation. Actual cash flows may not follow this linear pattern of receipt or expenditure. Certain special revenue funds that are not part of the budget processes are excluded from this report. The report also includes a comparison with the previous fiscal year's results through the same period. This feature will provide the reader with additional insight into all the fund's operations. This report represents the completion of 16.66% of the 2026 fiscal year. General fund revenues year to date are $3,072,981, and that represents 12% of budgeted amounts. General fund expenditures year to date are $2,632,122. That represents 10%. General fund encumbrances are $1,147,565 and are excluded from expenditures. Encumbrances are a function of the budget used to track and manage future expenditures by reserving funds for specific commitments before they're actually paid. General fund cash and investments are $18.4 million. Citywide reserves are 18.3%. Palatka's reserve general fund balance is budgeted at 21.6%, exceeding best practice guidance by 4.9%. The enterprise funds do not have a requirement, but are still budgeted at 23.3%. Airport fund revenues year to date are $268,180, representing 6% of budget amounts. Airport expense year to date are $265,334, representing 6%. ARPA fund revenues expenditures year to date are currently zero. Better Place Plan Fund revenues year-to-date are $524,188. That represents 3% of budget amounts. Better Place Plan Fund expenditures year-to-date are $408,978, representing 2% of budget amounts. The Golf Course Fund revenues year-to-date are $11,156, representing 6% of budget amounts. Golf Course Fund expenses year-to-date are $42,527, representing 23% of budget amounts. Sanitation Fund revenues year-to-date are $629,869, representing 15% of budget amounts. Sanitation Fund expenses year-to-date are $388,083, representing 9% of budget amounts. Utility Fund revenues year-to-date are $1,756,556, representing 6% of budget amounts. Utility Fund expenses year-to-date are $1,728,766, representing 6% of budget amounts. Tax Increment Fund revenues year-to-date are $417,137, representing 15% of budget amounts. The TIF expenses year-to-date are $322,712, representing 11% of budget amounts. And that concludes my report unless you have any questions or concerns.
Anybody have any? Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Yes, Ms. Pierre, are there any areas in finance that we should be made aware of or anything? Or does anything stick out to you? Looking for practical, appropriate information?
Well, the department has experienced a number of staff shortages where staff has been out sick, and we're working through that. But we do have a plan to address some of the accounts payable invoices that are currently outstanding. We're working through that. We've received some assistance from our counterparts in other departments that have offered to help the finance department. So shout out to those folks. The procurement specialist and the executive assistant have offered their help to help finance. And at one point, we had a temporary person come in before the finance specialist 2 position was filled. So that position was just filled this week. So that's a great accomplishment. Shout out to our HR manager, Ms. Jones, for helping us get that filled.
Do we have adequate resources in the finance department? That is a concern of mine going forward, that maybe we need to look at that. I know it's still all about money and budgeting, but it seems for the money that goes through the city, that I'm not certain we have enough personnel to manage the situation.
We're performing an assessment right
Okay.
now, and we will bring that back to the commissioners.
But we've been performing an assessment for quite some time.
Well, it's different needs. The assessment that we did perform earlier was trying to figure out if we had the correct skill set. But in the midst of that, we did have members that no longer were attending properly, long illnesses, and we did address that by bringing in temporary staff. Now we're starting to catch up, so we will know better within the next maybe 3 weeks or a month. For real, we will understand where we are. So we're not just living through it, we are addressing it with strategies.
Anybody else have any additional questions?
No, Commissioner Davis asked a question that almost alluded to something and kind of had me wondering, is there something that's going on that we need to know about?
Only what we've already shared. And that was the staff shortage, et cetera.
Yeah. And I think the reason I asked the question is because we asked for the financial reports, and I appreciate the data. We're getting data and we're getting these numbers read to us, but I think what would be more beneficial is practical information. I think that's where I was going with it. I'm not sure that this is adding value to read those numbers. That's where I'm going with it.
I love that
Okay.
you brought up that point.
Thank you.
Would you kindly provide an example of what you're referring to, just so that we're on the
Yes.
same page?
So perhaps it's just a summary report of, um, this month we had a percentage of expenditures. We're on track. I don't know, but I think that's information you guys should be able to provide. But we just need an informational summary here. We're not in the weeds like that at this meeting, and I'm not sure it benefits our community to
So-
hear those numbers like that.
So should I just reduce this to one paragraph? Is that?
I can take it up I can make a recommendation to the city manager and have her follow up with you.
I also think it would be helpful to have, if there is an issue with resources or other things going on, so as we get closer to budget planning, we have a better idea of what the needs are. And sometimes I think with just getting numbers and stats, we're not getting that. To be planful. Go ahead.
It would come from that one report that I received that one time that every commissioner received. That's the level I think we need. That was a comprehensive uh, highlight, a high level, but it provided all of the information as it relates to every department, how each department was functioning, as it related to the percentage of budget that they've spent, what they had, and where they were, and statuses on those projects. That's the one that we need to continuously provide, and that's what I have asked for, at least quarterly. But it's been over a quarter since that time, and I have spoken with Ms. Carty this week, Tuesday.
Just to
about
make sure I understand, I
report.
emailed you, everyone, all the commissioners, the October report that you're referring to, correct?
You sent it
It
when?
was October that I emailed,
Finish November too.
that I emailed maybe a week or 2 weeks ago.
That particular report? Okay.
That you
So
requested?
that report should suffice for a lot of the different things if we could just have that report.
So in lieu of the written summary I have here, we'll talk about it
Yeah.
further.
Yes, thank you.
Another question.
Go ahead.
I've been thinking about Commissioner Jones's question, and I wanna, this is the question I wanna understand. Especially starting a new year, fiscal year, obviously, and here we are. What I really want to understand is, are we on track with all of the financial administrative tasks that need to occur? I know we should have had year-end closing. I know that we get tons of invoices to be paid. I want to understand, is the finance department, to the mayor's question and concern, do we have the right people, the right amount of staff? Are we on track for getting the work done that the city needs? And I think that's really what I want to understand.
I think I want to feel better
I want to feel confident.
about the audit, results of an upcoming audit and those kind of issues. And I'm not feeling that confident right now, and that might just be me, but I think I would like to know more.
I certainly appreciate your concerns, and in this public forum, wonder if we could have a side conversation or something about this, and rather than in this kind of a setting. I don't know. I mean, how much detail should I go into? I mean, I could go into the weeds just answering that question, but
I think that's a yes or no. We are
Okay.
on track for completing the end of year.
okay.
We're good with processing, because now I'm becoming a little more concerned.
Okay.
But that was my question. I think my question was pretty straightforward.
Okay, so I will say this, we just filled the finance specialist position. We, as I stated previously, our staff who have been calling out. Anytime someone is out, we don't have the room to fill it. But,
That's,
okay,
That's not one.
okay.
yeah, that's not. You
Okay.
go ahead. I guess I mentioned the audit. I want to know if we are on track to have a clean and successful audit that's coming up soon. Are all our expenses covered?
Yes, there's a
All
plan.
our records and documents up to snuff? I mean, I'm concerned about that.
So if may I respond
ahead.
at any
Go ahead.
time? Okay, so currently, we are, finalizing the trial balance for the audit. We're just getting into that more. We are later than we normally do. Normally, for the years that I operated as finance director, I would try to make sure by December 31, I had a good enough trial balance, but we're only a couple of weeks behind compared to prior years with all of the absenteeisms and the vacancies. So that's why I said within the next 3 weeks, we'll know for sure where we are because we finally have staff. So that's the best I can answer.
Okay, and there was also an RFP issued and it was closed and there is a committee. Has that started to happen? That's going to review the RFP responses.
The next step would be a calendar invite or a proposed calendar for the audit selection committee. So I'll
Okay,
be
'cause we don't
sending
have
out
an
a
auditor
calendar.
in place right now, do we technically?
We have the auditor for this year, yes.
Okay, we kept that on contract?
Yeah, we did do a 1 year.
No,
So
that's
you
not
mean
good.
for not this year, you're talking about next year?
Upcoming, next
Yeah,
year.
right.
We don't have
We have
someone in
enough
place.
time.
Was that clear? No?
None of
The RFP for the audit selection committee is for the fiscal year 26-27. This current fiscal year, 25-26, we've already renewed the added additional year for HCT, our current auditor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I just,
Okay.
again, it goes by quickly and the process needs to be in place. Go ahead.
So understand, Ms. Pierre, you ask these questions due to the fact that I don't know what Ms. Davis know about finances. Ms. Davis don't know what I know. I don't know about Ms. What I'm saying about the information that we're receiving from Ms. Pierre. And this is the only, I know you don't want it in public, but this is the only time that we could collectively hear the information and give feedback.
Okay.
So
Okay.
maybe feel like it's pressure, but it is pressure. But we expect for you to know it. So
I don't want to repeat
So
myself, but
you don't want to repeat it.
I don't know. I can if you want me to. That's
No,
fine.
I got
I mean,
pointed questions right now. So
Okay.
I'm
Yes, sir.
because I'm not good at beating around the bush.
Okay.
So
Statement.
I received a phone call from individual that will receive some funds, I guess out of special funds or whatever, the home repair, that you guys know, that we allocated funds for people who giving them reimbursement,
Right. Affordable housing.
affordable housing out of that. And they had problems with their checks that they received.
When you say problems, can you problems in
Did
terms
that
of
clear? Is that what you're saying?
The checks did not clear.
we had so we had positive pay that was implemented a few months ago. The positive pay function is designed to prevent fraud. The way it works is we would upload a file into the bank website. The file has a list of all of our checks. If a check is not part of the file that we upload into the bank website, then the check will be flagged and a member of the team, of the finance team, would have to approve that check to ensure that it is a valid check and that it can be cashed. This is positive pay is a normal function of finance. It's part of what we call a accounts payable function. And the issue we had, there were about 7 checks total that were issued, but were not part of the file that was uploaded to the bank website. The bank happened to be open on December 24th, which was a holiday for the city. So when those checks that were not part of the file that was uploaded did not clear, it automatically, and this is to prevent fraud. If we don't reply back, if there was no personnel on staff that day because we were closed on the 24th, then the checks will be automatically denied. So it's not that we don't have funds in the account, it's just that that's a feature, part of the positive pay function that will deny a check if our personnel, this is a function we do every day. One of the team members will go into the bank website, upload or look at the list of exceptions, what we call exceptions, the checks that get flagged that for whatever reason, the system, it doesn't recognize it. It could have been uploaded in the file, but for some reason the name isn't right or the amount isn't right or the system just flags it and a human being has to go in the system and approve the check. And if that doesn't happen by said time, I believe through 2 p.m. or 3 p.m., then the check will automatically be denied and the person will not be able to cash, or even if they take it to the bank, they'll get it, it'll look like insufficient funds, but truly it's not. It's just a feature that we implemented a few months back. And it just happened to be that day, December 24th, we were not here in office. But we have since put in preventative measures to make sure that that does not happen again. We've looked at the holiday schedule for the city versus the holiday schedule for the bank to ensure that that doesn't happen again. And we have reminders in our calendar to make sure that doesn't happen. So
Okay.
I hope that was
Understand
clear.
and hope that that's the solution and it works.
Okay,
Yeah.
but before we move on, I have a comment. As in this commission seat, I was called about the individuals.
Okay.
But then we had a partner that we do business with. And I didn't get any of that from the city. And I would like to be made aware of that one of our business partners did not receive, and it wasn't a small check. Okay, and that's embarrassing, first of all. Second of all, if we are taking off for the holidays, Madam Mayor, getting off early, those things need to be taken care of before
Before that
anybody
happens.
leaves. That should not happen again, period.
I-
And you could talk about the holidays, the 24th, or what. If we knew it, why didn't we take care of it? That's the thing I think someone said, it's the skill versus the will to come to work. It's a skill. You're taking care of what we need to do. And that, I mean, I can't say it any other way because it is embarrassing to get a call and you don't know how these folk were planning their Christmas based on receiving those funds. And so they went through a hardship. And I don't know if any other commissioner got.
I did get a call. It was
Getting
actually
these
from
calls.
the county
So,
for the same
exactly.
issue
Okay.
that.
So if we can't, and I'm sorry it have to come out in this form, but
Okay.
we can't talk any other time. So I
Of
don't know
course.
what another commissioner knows because we don't have that kind of communication.
Okay, I do apologize for this situation that happened. And I will say that each payee was contacted either via email, via phone call to let them know that the check would not clear and that they were being reissued a check. So if the contact information that we had on file was not up to date, then and maybe we can look at updating their contact information, but I personally went and made sure to call all the phone numbers that we had on file and send an email to each payee to ensure that they were made aware that the checks would not clear and that we were reissuing a check because of this function of positive pay. And just to understand, the way it works is every day we go in and every morning we get that email from the bank with any exceptions for checks. So it's an everyday function where we go in and we have until first thing in the morning until 2 p.m. And if it's a day that we're not here, we're now understanding we still have to put reminders in our phone. And if we can do it at home or whatever we have to do, we'll make that happen. And I do apologize that I take full responsibility. I did not go in and do that. And I do apologize. And I did communicate with all the payees just to ensure that, to let them know that we were reissuing the check.
Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation.
Sure, no problem.
Anything else? Thank you, Ms. Pierre.
Could we make that a policy prior to?
And that department supervisor cannot leave,
Until-
be Scrooge, but for the holiday until we're assured that that's been.
Right, matter of fact, those are the conversations we did actually have. That's why she's
Thank you.
prepared.
On to public comments, which are limited to 3 minutes. These are public comments not related to items not specific on the agenda. Please give your name and city or town of residence. I do have a few cards first. Ms. Shanker.
Good evening and Happy New Year. I'm Shelley Shanker. I live in East Palatka, but I work here at the Larimer Art Center. Thanks to all of you. And I just wanted to let you know it's been a quarter basically since the Larimer was taken over by the new group that is managing it, and the changes that we've seen. And I know the mayor's come over, but I haven't seen the rest of you. But I'd like to invite you. We're really excited about the cleanup that has happened over there and the programming that has happened. We have new things on the calendar that are super exciting. They include concerts and workshops with children, with parents. We have yoga going on over there. We had somebody come in today who wants to teach, to do a sound bowl healing session. The concerts that are coming on are 10 concerts throughout the year. We have a songwriters group that's coming in. So I'm just super excited and thankful that you entrusted that beautiful building and the arts to the new group, and just wanted to let you know that we have received a lot of great feedback and we're excited about the future of the arts in Palatka. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Duke?
Vicki Duke, Palatka, Florida. First, I want to say I've looked at our playground at the riverfront and it is beautiful. And it's something we all can be very proud of. And I think it speaks well for us. I would like a couple of more picnic tables that aren't inside the fence of the playground for those of us that want to bring a picnic lunch and don't want to look like we're some kind of perverts, and we didn't bring children. We didn't bring children with us. So to have a couple of picnic tables that were for those that want to just sit down and eat their lunch would be nice, just a couple. The other thing was I was with the Palatka Art League at the Jingle Jam, and we did our craft tables, and that was fun. And but I was ill, but I did wear my mask and work. The doctor said if I could stand up that long, go for it. So I was there for about 2.5 hours. We didn't have the volume of children as we thought we would have, but it was nice. It was, I think we discovered that where we're located, we were right across from the stage. Was pretty loud, so it was hard for us to talk to the children and instruct them as to what we were doing. So maybe we'll go to a different location, still be there, but be a little further away from the speakers. But I had one concern, and I had a couple of other adults mention to me about this was a family-oriented event, and it was attended by families. And I did have at least 2 mothers that came up and said, we can't stay because it's so loud, the children's ears are hurting, and they left. I know there just those kind of things are just the way it is, but some of the music that was played before I left, they used the F word in their music. That was not appropriate. And now when the choice of adult music, when you're having the beer walk or the wine walk, that's a different story. But this was a family-based event. I think sometimes music gets slipped in there that you don't realize those words were even in the music, but I would like to see that addressed and not happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for public comment, Ms. Kitchens? Please don't applaud. Thank you, though.
Illegally Kitchens, Palatka, Florida. I've sat here for 2 hours and listened to questions about personnel and finance. And fascinating as it is, and it is very important, I would like to suggest that you all hold a workshop as soon as possible to discuss in detail what's going on with the finance department. I've heard about, let's call it what it is, a check's bounced. And it's bad enough for individuals, but when a check to Putnam County bounces, that looks even worse for the city. It doesn't matter what the reason was, it happened. Reason doesn't matter. If I get stabbed, it doesn't matter how I got stabbed. So I would like to see a workshop, the city commission hold a workshop as soon as possible, sometime in January, go into all this stuff about employee relations, the finance department, maybe 2 or 3 different workshops, but one for the finance department, go into detail. And I like the idea of what several of you asked. It's fascinating hearing all the $1 million budgets, but let's hear little stuff. How many bills have been unpaid? How many bills have been paid? How many checks have come back? Let's get a little few details, not minute, but just a couple of paragraphs saying exactly what's going on in the day-to-day stuff like you and I deal with in our bank accounts. And of course, the other thing is, as far as policy and all that kind of stuff, I would like to see a workshop on that where you all discuss policy. You all have many, many viable questions about various things with the city manager, the assistant city manager. I think we need to have a workshop on that so the public, you all can discuss it and we can be part of it also. I think that's very important. So I appreciate it, but please let's have some workshops and kind of tone down these 2-hour discussions. I'm going to have to leave before I get to the main object, I think, but thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here for public comments? No, yeah, that's for a specific agenda item, but anything for general public comments?
I think the lady in the, oh, she was on a specific home, okay.
Yes, it was the specific.
It's on the agenda. No, we passed it, so it's a public comment.
Where is that card? I don't think I got it. No, I know you turned the card. Is it down there? I mean, I didn't get it, I guess, handed over to me. That's why. Ms. Creech? I didn't get it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodness. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Could you give us your name, please, just for
Julia
the record?
Creech.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, nice to see you. I had a lot of little notes, but I came here specifically to speak on not homelessness, but vagrancy. I have the little building right at the river, as most of y'all know. I've been trying to sell it for 1.5 years. There's been certain small governances allowed to the church to allow illegal activities to happen right up against my building because I don't own that dirt around me. I own the dirt in the middle. So I can only trespass people when they're on my dirt. But I have witnessed hypodermic needles, used condoms, sex under the trees, prostitution out of a car. All the men would go in the car, then they'd walk the little dog. Just before you actually trespass, and I called many times trying to reach you, but I guess I got your assistant. I don't know. I don't know who I spoke to. Yeah. To discuss trespassing these people because what they're doing, and we all know House Bill 1365 passed, it is illegal to have permanent encampments and such things that are going on around my building that the church is allowing to happen. And I do understand and truly understand there are homeless people who definitely need mental help and housing and our compassion. But what I have just witnessed in the last 6 weeks is nothing but criminals and having criminal activities with nobody doing anything about it. Now, when I have to holster up to shampoo my client because my clients are afraid to even walk out because open prostitution and condoms are all on your public sidewalks, I got a problem. So I've learned a lot tonight that you guys genuinely don't really know each other. So for that, I thank her for saying maybe y'all should committee together because I mean, correct me if I'm incorrect, okay? do y'all know each other very well? Do you?
That's
get to see
incorrect.
Each other?
That's
Is incorrect? Okay,
We-
thank you, thank you. Because well, it seems like that y'all, I just need help, okay? We need help. And I'm glad to hear that everybody's knows each other, but this is a decades long. It's a decades long issue that has never been resolved. Vagrants and homelessness has been going on before your administration, and it's going to continue unless I would like to hear what you guys
And I don't
propose.
want to be rude, but it's a 3-minute period of
Okay.
time to speak. Thank you.
Well, could we have something out for the public? Because I need something to be happening more
Thank
than
you.
what's happening.
We do provide responses after everybody comes up
All
for
right,
public
thank
comment.
you.
Thank you, though, very much. Anybody else here for general item public comment? Come on up, Ms. Boats. It's fine, just that would be fine.
Good evening. My name is Patty Vogt. I live at 220 South 4th Street, which is right off of Laurel and 4th and where the dock is. I would like to say that I have sat here for almost 3 hours. And prior to that, no one has all the time that's been given in reference to the homeless shelter and the committees and so on. No one notified the homeowners. I'm a homeowner. I live in the downtown. I'm in the commercial district. Nobody told me that was going on. I had to find that out myself from visuals. My property values, I haven't been able to sell my house for 4 years. This is just making it worse. I have 5 empty houses around my property for the homeless. But I don't see any concern for the taxpayers. I am homesteaded. I have lived in the city of Palatka for 30 years in all the historic districts. And no one is concerned about me and my house and my safety and my property values and all the work that we have put in and all the other homeowners that live there in that area. No one asked us how we felt about it. Are we okay with it? I have nothing against helping homeless people, but it is not appropriate to have it. And then we have a CRA to eliminate blight. And you import blight in. You're importing it in. And it doesn't make any sense. And I feel I'm a taxpayer. I pay fire tax, I pay county tax. You're giving money and doing these things, and nobody ever notified us. When you do a driveway at your house, there's a yellow sign. It's posted for everybody to know if they have any problems with it. Nobody posted anything. Nobody notified anybody. So, I mean, what am I supposed to do as a taxpayer? I don't see the concern for the homeowners and the residents. And we are the people who vote you in. And you are supposed to always do what's in the best interest for the city and the residents of Palatka. I'm a resident. I'm a homeowner. I'm homesteaded. And so are most of all the other houses around me. And we are terribly affected by this. And I don't see anybody having any interest who has any power being said or done for any of us. I started the petition and I did do the first code enforcement because I went through the processes hoping that something would be done. And now I come and I found out there's more stuff going on that I'm even aware of. What about me? What about all your voters, your homesteaded people, the citizens, 30 years? What about us? What about your merchants and their businesses? They're the ones that elect you, and we're the ones that pay. I wish you would look into this. It's a big concern. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else here for public comment on general items? Ms. Garris. Thank you.
I wasn't going to speak on this issue, but I must. Pam Garris, I live in the city of Palatka. I was born in the city of Palatka. I never thought I'd see the things happening that are happening here. We're all compassionate people. We don't like to see people suffer. There's a time and place for everything, and there are two sides to every story. Patty touched on everything. The citizens and the homeowners who are paying the taxes in this city have the right to feel safe and that their welfare is taken into consideration. So the appropriate thing needs to be done is to, if this money comes out of heaven for a homeless shelter, that it be located in an appropriate place. I really don't, knowing what I know, I really don't see how Palatka and Putnam County can get enough money to run a shelter if somebody blessed us with $1 million property. It costs a lot of money to maintain the services these people need. Oh yeah, these people are coming from Gainesville, but the money they promise is mostly for salaries. Things cost way more than we ideally realize. We've had a stabbing here a year ago. Someone murdered somebody. They were homeless people. Nobody wants to say that, but they were. We have a playground. There are pedophiles amongst a lot of these people, or they're just not right mentally and they may harm a child or an adult. I feel for Miss Creech. She should have the right that she can sell her property and not have these nefarious activities going on by her property. And there should be a policy, and this city should enact one, that homeless people who are urinating, defecating, and copulating downtown on St. John's Avenue should be moved out of the city. They do not have the right to be here. They don't pay taxes. Let's address their needs somewhere else out of the city. Okay?
Thank you. Anybody else here for, please hold the applause. I appreciate it, but please hold the applause. Anybody else here for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Well, let us respond, please.
Maybe I'm a little bit confused, but addressing the homeless population is a part of making a determination what's best for our community. If you all have brought the concerns to us, we now have the ability, or we can have the necessary conversations. And I want to address, and I think it was Ms. Creech when you stated we don't know each other. We operate under the Sunshine Law. So we're not allowed to have any conversations outside of these chambers that could possibly come before the commission. So when it sounds as if we are not on the same page, this allows us to become on the same page because we're in this forum and it's a public meeting. So it's not that we don't know each other, we clashing with each other. It's the only opportunity that we have to talk about what comes before us. So with you bringing your issues to us, we now have the ability to act on to see what we can do to assist you. Outside of this forum, you would have to speak to us one-on-one because we can't talk about anything that comes before the commission or could possibly come before the commission for a vote. So I just wanted to clear that up. We've worked with each other for quite some time, but again, a lot of the stuff we're not able to address until we get into our meetings legally.
No, we can't do the given, I'm sorry.
And no, that's why I wanted to make sure that because I didn't want you to leave with the notion that we don't know each other, but there's certain protocols that's governed by the state of Florida that we have to adhere to. And so this is the form that we're able to. So Commissioner Jones, how did you get this information? Or do you know information, Mayor? So that's why it's kind of built like that. It's nothing against any one of us that sit up here, don't know each other. We're only allowed to address certain things by protocol.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis. No, we can't have we don't do the give and take. We're going to try to respond to your concerns, but we can't do this, the exchange. Go ahead, Commissioner Borum.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Campbell to a degree. I think we can have workshops or shade meetings or whatever as it relates to hearing community input. I mean, if there's more than one commissioner that attends, then we don't get engaged in terms of positioning ourselves to say what our position would be as it relates to the topic of the discussion that may come before us for a vote. You know, so we would have to kind of have that kind of conversation with hearing the community concerns. So that could be a forum, I think, that we could set up. Correct, ask the city attorney. Is that correct?
And we have had multiple workshops on this. There is the legislation that passed the last legislative session with respect to public camping, but that's only on public property. What we heard
That's
this
private.
evening is private property. That private property owner, which I believe would be the church next to you, has to be the one to contact the police department to have them trespass. We have no ability to trespass on private property.
And so, yeah, I was gonna have the chief, yeah, so yeah, again, so that's something that's outside of our control as it relates to that. But again, if it's in a public space, that's where we have a little bit more leverage. So,
But, and I agree, and I think, again, perhaps, and I'm not saying gang up, but maybe people should be talking to the church and raising their concerns to the minister about the impact it's having on your business or on your residents, depending what the situation is. Again, as Commissioner Baum said and Attorney West, we legally have no jurisdiction on that property as private property, just like we couldn't go on your property and tell you what to do if you had somebody camping there. Yeah, I know it's difficult, but it's difficult for us as well. We also live in the city. We also pay taxes and live in those neighborhoods. So we're trying to grapple with it as you are all doing. And one of the reasons why we're supporting these agencies to provide programs and wraparound services is to get the homeless out of these situations and out of congregating downtown or near your neighborhood. So go ahead, Commissioner. Anything else?
One last. Ms. Creech, the chief is like a couple of people down from you. I think if you contact the police department and share your concerns. And we have added additional police resources down in that area. And I think that we can do some extra patrolling or something like that per request. If they are doing prostitution in open air and you can see it, you can do something. You can do something. If they're doing acts that's immoral, police can do something.
They were all had, don't know. And they're trickling back in and they're all at the riverfront for during parking.
Well, the riverfront is public for everybody.
For 3 days, so.
But that is a law enforcement issue. And that's what I want to refer you to. So I don't want you to leave here without some direction. That's the direction I'll give you.
Commissioner. This has become, we're not supposed to
I'm
do
not-
this back and forth. Go ahead.
Following back to me.
But we can't do this.
Answer. Nope.
Let's stay in then. At this point, I kind of disagree. I feel as if we have citizens who have concerns, who does not know the necessary protocol of our meetings, that we should take those kind of things in consideration. This is with regards to business owners, and I get it. But a lot of times when people come to these meetings, they are not familiar with the protocol that has been established. And so if we are going to engage, let's be mindful of those things.
We are, and I think that we should stay with protocol that has already been set.
So explain
And-
it instead of saying no.
And
Give her,
we have,
To do that.
so yeah, because y'all, it's just no, like we're giving it
Because there was
disregard.
an exchange of conversation, I was trying to halt that for a minute. So public comment is the opportunity to do that. We did close public comment. After public comment, we give our responses as best as we can and provide information about the issues or concerns you raised. But we can't have that back and forth dialogue. Yeah, because no, if we start, unfortunately, if you stop making exceptions become the rules. I'm not saying it's not, and I think the suggestion was perhaps a workshop or something so everybody can come up and speak to that. Miss Claris, please, that we should schedule a workshop because obviously this is an area of concern, not just the fact that services don't exist, but the impact, the lack of services and the people that are unhomed are having on our community, whether it's business or residential. We can talk about that right now, please. Thank you. Go ahead. You want to say
And-
one more thing, Commissioner Warren, then we'll
Yes.
talk specifically about that.
And just one last thing. It's not like the city is not doing anything about it. I mean, the city is very committed to helping to remove blight among everything else. We've committed, we put $200,000 in our budget for homelessness. We also have funds again in ARPA. Right now, we don't have the full capacity to go out and just spend enough money to be able to pay for a whole building, multi-million-dollar building with and provide the services. We just don't have that. So we're doing things in conjunction with working with other agencies. But the 200,000 plus the other monies in the ARPA plus other agencies. So we're trying to do the very, very best that we can, and we're gonna address those things. And we want to set up a workshop so that we can hear your concerns and so we can continue to help provide solutions. It's not gonna be the city of Palatka that be able to solve this whole problem. Is more complex than we can it's more complex than we know. So it's going to take every agency, the city of Palatka, the county, business owners, homeowners. We can all make sure that we collectively work together to help solve this problem with homelessness.
Okay, with that said, there was definitely a request for scheduling a
Right.
workshop to discuss this issue. And so if we can kind of come up with some potential dates, we've obviously talked about several workshops now, but this seems to be, they're all pressing, but this certainly has risen to the top. So are we looking, what are we looking at possibly?
In February, perhaps?
I'm
Maybe
sorry,
in February
or
March?
we can't, what's definitely no next week is out, but we have the last 2 weeks of January potentially.
Think we're gonna be in Tallahassee.
That's right.
We got legislative days and Will County days in January.
Are we talking February? When are we talking?
We need to have some time to kind of plan what we're trying to accomplish before we do that. We just asked that group that was here to collaborate.
Right.
We could invite all of those groups and we can have a discussion. Almost like a town hall. So.
Right. Because we got to come.
We can wait to.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
Complex.
we will announce it once it's scheduled, and we will try to schedule it as soon as possible to clarify and per this discussion. We are going to Tallahassee to advocate for funding for the city, to the legislature. It's that time of year. So that is why there's not a lot of availability. Go ahead.
Right. And when we go up there, we would like to have you guys to come help us advocate for the need to address our homelessness issue because of how it's impacting you and your business and in your community. So if you can coalesce with the city to help go up and advocate, we could probably
Or
move
reach
some
out
out.
to your representatives. I mean, it's difficult for people to all go to Tallahassee, but yeah.
Together, we can all go up. That's how you normally make things happen.
Can I just ask, can I just say one thing?
N- n-
When you Google.
No, we can't keep doing this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Google Palatka and how much money that they've gotten for homelessness.
Please, ma'am. On to the consent agenda. Are we ready to go on to the consent agenda, please? Okay. Is there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda? I wanted to pull item F to just get a little more information. I did read about it, but I'd like a little more clarification. So item F. Does anybody else have any other items to pull? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve items A through E, pulling F for discussion.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposition? Thank you. Mr. Curry, I looked at it and didn't know if, like, the full I saw some reference to branding different neighborhoods. And the city has a brand package as well. And I was just confused by that and whether those neighborhoods were included in the discussion. One of them being my neighborhood, so I was just curious about it.
Well, I guess the word branding, do I need to lead into this? Eddie Cutright, the Community Affairs Director, 1900 Napoleon Street. The, maybe some words in the strategic plan that we have for the Community Affairs Recreation Department. I know in the original package it's saying for the city of Palatka, and it's not for the city of Palatka. It's just for the Recreation Department. And what we're
Okay.
trying to do is get accredited in 2027. So we're putting a plan in place that we can start walking that line of strategic planning. So when they come do our inspection, we'll have those things in place that we need to be ready for that inspection in 2027. Now, the rebranding, it was more or less just bringing the energy back to the neighborhoods, not maybe branding and changing the name of the neighborhood, but bringing the passion, bringing the energy, bringing the livelihood that I've heard that area used to be way back then when y'all was kids. So what we're trying to do is that. Maybe rebranding might not be the word, and we can change words to help you. That's why when I sent this package a couple weeks ago, I wanted some feedbacks so that the words weren't right, we could change it. But we're just trying to revitalize that community over there. And we're trying to revitalize the city of Palatka, but we're taking the elephant approach, one bite at a time. And right now we're gonna start with our backyard, which is that community area where we house. And then next we'll move to next areas and areas. The approach is to hit every piece of the city of Palatka, but you gotta start somewhere first. And I said, let's start in our backyard.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification
Mhm.
because that wasn't clear in the document and that seemed to be AI generated.
Yeah,
for the
it
most-
was a scribblers error and I'm gonna take the hit on my part because I should have caught it. But we caught it and we thought we had changed it, but when I seen the publication, I know it hadn't made it through.
Okay, thank you.
And
Any other questions?
No, just, I mean, I think, anytime we have, communication, go out, I don't know, we need to have our PIO to maybe kind of overlooking and see it. Maybe I don't know if that'll be the proper thing to do before it goes out from the city. Would that be appropriate, maybe? Right, okay. So I just want, just at least make a recommendation towards that.
Yeah. I agree with the mayor about the plan for the city. They need to be threaded as well as the branding because we just spent a whole lot of money for someone to do that for us. And it's not a separate entity, it's actually the entire city of Palatka. So I don't think that we should be sending out stuff and it look different from uniformity. I'll say that. That we need uniformity, all of our stuff. So it shouldn't be a branch off away from what the city is.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in maybe because I've been going to the meeting, so I knew of the intent, maybe the wording, but I know of the intent because I've attended the various meetings that have been hosted over at the center. And again, it's not to redevelop anything. It's to, again, as Mr. Cutright stated, to bring life back into those areas because there are several individuals from our community who are very well respected that was referencing certain areas as this, that, and the third. And if you are not from those areas or grew up in that time, you would have, no one knows what Newtown is. No one knows what those different things is. So that's what the reference is to bring the identity back into those various neighborhoods that once existed.
Yeah, I understand. And I did go to the meetings. I just think the document itself is
No.
not clear. I don't have an issue with the
No,
concept.
no, no, I just wanted to put that out
Yeah.
because I didn't want the intent. I understood what you were saying, but I just wanted to make sure that it was properly communicated as it was put out.
And so with that, does anybody want to make a motion to approve? I'm not comfortable with it.
Motion to approve.
So
No, I don't.
I have a question.
Go
So
ahead.
I'll second for question. Are we approving just to move forward? Or are we asking them to bring us back something that's a little bit?
That's why I'm asking if the
Bring-
solution is granting approval.
Bring something back after, we're gonna work with our PIO to make sure that, that individual is involved with before things go back out to the public.
So we're not approving the resolution. We're approving.
Well, we're approving with the condition.
No,
No?
No.
Can't do that.
we can't. We need.
If there's something that is not agreed upon, there's no need to
with the resolution.
approve the resolution. So that's why I wanted to make sure that the,
We'll bring it back with the branding and so forth addressed as well.
Okay, so.
Rephrasing, wordsmithing a bit there. Okay, thank you. Does anybody want to, I think we're all set.
we
If you
clear?
could bring us back.
Yes, I mean, so you're saying we're gonna bring it back with different guidance of it, or you just want some different wording of the intent that we're trying to do?
What I heard is working with our PIO to ensure consistency with the city's overall plan
Okay, that's fine.
and review it, is what I think we're saying.
you can't move forward because the plan is not yet done. And I asked that question as far as branding. So how can you move forward with one thing when the other thing is not done?
So we'll pull it.
Well, let me be clear. I didn't mean branding. What I just meant in terms of the PIO with expertise in supporting the work that they're trying to do to make this
Strategic plan for
the
community. affairs.
strategic plan for the community center is what this document we got, I think, was a strategic plan, right?
In order for them to move forward with their.
Well, I think branding was the wrong word.
What I'm saying, yes, if I use the word branding, that's not what I meant. I meant the strategic plan to ensure that it's consistent with where the city's going in general. Not just branding.
I would definitely, we will go back to the drawing board. We will make sure Ms. Grutter's involved in things. I'm just gonna leave it there. We'll make sure she's involved in everything, and I will make sure I will vet it again through Ms. Cardi, and then we'll send it up to y'all for y'all approval before we bring it back to the table.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. I'm sure nobody wants to take a recess. I'm guessing that. On to regular business, direction, discussion, airport advisory board.
Oh.
Ms. Cardi?
Yes, I'm, the airport manager is also here, but
Yes.
we did receive, we voted on this and saw this back in July. And we just wanted to know, should we start back, starting the meetings with the airport advisory board? It is actually a 7-member board, and currently we have 2 members. And we wanted to start scheduling the meetings again, so we just wanted feedback.
I thought we voted to dissolve that.
No,
Well,
no.
well, they quit on us, so.
Only, not they. Out of 7, there were 5 that resigned for various reasons. And there are 2 that are still there. So we have not, in my mind, received specific guidance about what are we doing with the airport advisory board. As far as I understand, the board is there, but we have not had any meetings.
Plus, we designated specific seats, and that wasn't in place before, and it wasn't even in the charter. This board didn't exist. So that's why we changed that, but yet with the concept of moving forward. Go ahead, Commissioner.
That's what I was gonna say. I guess I was going to say, the decisions we made, I don't know why we would need some additional direction for this advisory board if we have voted on what should occur. And we clarified the roles, I believe, of
Yeah.
Staff was still slightly confused. I want confirmation. So
I think it's just a matter of scheduling the meeting and
So I would like to
advertising
start
seats.
scheduling the meeting.
I'm
That's
gonna
all.
say this, and it may not be popular, and I've said it in previous meetings. Where you lack understanding, if there is any lack of understanding, let's address it at the time that there could potentially be the misinterpretation of what comes from the dais. Because a lot of things have been coming back to us. And I see another thing with the glass lamps. We'll talk about that once we get to it. But a lot of things come back to us that doesn't need to come back to us, that we had thorough conversation about, that it was the intent that when we left, and I oftentimes say, do you understand? Or if there's anything else that we need to clarify. So let's do a better job holistically as when we give direction, the initial time, that if there is any question, that those questions try to be asked at that time and not come back to us, because there's nothing different that's gonna come from tonight that we haven't already discussed.
Okay, so as it relates to the airport advisory board, we will start scheduling the
Thank you.
meetings, okay?
Could I,
Go ahead.
while the airport manager is here, and he had dealt with the advisory board firsthand.
Mhm.
I would like to know what the role of the airport advisory committee, and is it actually needed? Because I remember distinctively, we had a conversation up here about, it wasn't in the charter, so they were existing basically not legally. So could you kind of give us a refresher?
Mr. McNair,
Could we have him? I'm asking you, I'm sorry. Give us a refresher of where we're at and the need. We're talking about needs assessment, and maybe we'll talk about this for these auxiliary boards. And I think getting the feedback from Mr. McNair will be instrumental.
Ewell McNair, Airport Manager for Palatka Municipal Airport. So the question is there a need? So we've had this conversation a number of times since I've been here. And I will tell you, different communities view it differently. You know, if you look at the majority, advisory boards are not in place. A lot of them are set up for as needed basis. So if you got a big initiative going on, you know, communities will get a group of selected folks, business leaders. Some may have aviation knowledge, some may not. That's not a requirement, and chime in. But what you have here, you have a board that meets at one time just as much as you guys were meeting. It was you get out of a city commission meeting and it's prepping up trying to get the, you know, the advisory board set up. My experience with this board, candidly speaking, the last two meetings were not exactly good. Okay, so I'm gonna be candid with you. I think everybody sitting in this room will acknowledge that. I don't know the history on having a board here. Palatka is not that big of a city to have the different layers. You're not having a whole lot of Jacksonville International construction activity and changes and initiatives going on. So you have a very active commission, and then you have a city manager in place, and then the airport manager obviously reports to the city manager. Having another layer, and this is purely from my observation of the board that was in place here. It was airport manager reporting to the city manager, then you had the advisory board, then the city commissioners. So it just seemed like there was unclear roles in place. And, you know, for me, I've been doing this 28 years. So I'm not sure about the predecessor, but my world is airport management. So I don't mind advisory boards. I think it's helpful. I think when you have an opportunity to bring in folks as needed basis, you know, I think that's a good way to do it sometimes. But do I and can I honestly say you have a need for it at that level? No, I can't. But you have to make that decision. You know, I have been active with each one of you guys. I extend tours. I want to make sure every initiative that is coming out there and being constructed on airport property, you know exactly what that is. So, you know, it's a matter of your preference. If you do see a need, you know, I would recommend, you know, quarterly meetings versus meeting every month because you just don't have that type of need. I can't answer that question.
Was it prescribed that it was going to happen monthly, or would we be doing it quarterly? It's a question. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
I think in the past, during the time I attended, they were doing it actually
They were doing it monthly, but that
But I agree with the airport
going
manager
forward, talking about
that
now.
going forward, that if, you know, because now it's in place, it's legal and all of that, I would suggest quarterly.
So I have a question with regards to what we voted on the role of the advisory board, the two members that we have, it still would lack a quorum.
Right.
So nothing official could happen until you at least get,
Recruit some.
2 more members.
Go ahead.
and that's why I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Nothing official happens anyway because it's an advisory
Right.
board.
It's not
So
there.
they can still have a meeting. At the end of the day, they're not passing resolutions or ordinances or taking action. They make recommendations.
Recommendations, that's what they.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Sorry, I'd like to clarify, when we addressed this before, it's not in the current charter, correct? Now, we voted to do what?
You adopted an ordinance and
Yeah,
I believe the
yeah.
clerk has just pulled it
Okay,
up.
she did, okay. Thank you. Okay, so since we adopted an ordinance, we do need to keep this advisory board at this point. Okay, got it. Okay, thanks.
And this is a good example of what Commissioner Kimmel was talking about when we bring it up. It would have been good to get that feedback from the airport manager at that time to discuss the need, because we approved something, but to discuss the need, how his working relationship is with this particular board or any board, and then their role is to maybe tell us what he said. So I understand about the second layer. The manager is gonna talk to the city manager who comes to us. So we just adding a different layer to communicate the same
Yeah.
information, basically, because they don't have any power.
Right, but I think part of it was getting the community, a representation from the community involved and being transparent. They are, like any other board that we have in the city, to make recommendations, not to dictate policy or to make any changes. And I think it was under the same concept as any other board we have. And as the airport grows and the city grows, it was again to get community involvement. I thought we did have Mr. McNeil come up and talk about this prior to approval. So maybe I'm missing
Not
something.
able to talk about a lot of stuff around that time.
Go, I didn't hear it exactly. Go ahead, Commissioner Kipp. You're mumbling.
I didn't mumble. He was
Mayor.
not allowed
Right.
around this time to have a lot of candid conversations with regards to
Correct.
that. So I would, if you would have had a conversation with him outside of that,
I did.
you maybe would have, but.
I did, and I think that the other board, and I appreciate their volunteering, but they had taken on a role that they thought they had more authority than probably they did. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with with Commissioner Campbell. The opportunity to get the direct feedback needed, the opportunity was not available. But what I would like to say and just remind us, we have an opportunity, since the charter is being reviewed, to consider this at that time.
Thank
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
And getting back to the things as it relates to meetings and what the commission give directions to or for. I had asked a while back to make sure that we have an action register. So that means that whatever we give direction to or for, that it is recorded and we have a after the meeting understanding of what is expected for going forward, so that things don't fall off the radar or whatever. So that action register is going to capture everything, and and it stays there until the things get done. That's how we continuously miss things. So that's my recommendation, that we kind of continue to stay with that. We had something along the lines as to what we want coming from these meetings, and we need a recap coming from this meeting to say, hey, this is what I understood in the meeting, and it could be something that we're not caught with months later or weeks later. So that's just a suggestion.
So Mayor, I guess the question is, what's the recommendation? What I hear us saying at this point, since we have this advisory board, that they meet quarterly.
And that's what I was
Yes,
suggesting.
yes, ma'am.
Can we just do it at the discretion of the airport manager, because he did state that
That's
there
fine.
may be times where a meeting is warranted,
That's fine.
that if they meet quarterly, and we ran into that with the CRA. That's why we made the recommendation.
Yeah, that's fine.
I agree with Commissioner
Agree
Campbell,
with that.
because I've also spoken with the airport manager as well, so. I should.
It's needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yu.
Thank you, Mr. McNair. Direction discussion, city commission, performance evaluation of the city manager.
I believe that's.
Thank you.
HR.
Thank you.
I did reach out to the Florida League of Cities and a couple of other cities. And the general process for a commission evaluating the city manager is for the commission to have the same evaluation tool for each commissioner to evaluate the city manager. It is recommended or suggested that the city manager, I'm sorry, that the commissioner meet with the city manager individually if so desired. So what I found is that was not necessarily the case to discuss, and that the information from each commissioner is sent to Human Resources to compile into one evaluation document. Another option was that the chair of the commission, or in our case, the mayor, had that job. That was not very often, I'm just saying, but the majority did what I outlined before, which is really the direction in which we were going. So I did find that's the standard process. One of the things I think we are missing is I did kind of jot down on something that I thought would be valuable to us, is when we get the tool that instructions are included. And one example is that this form shall be completed by each member of the commission to evaluate the city manager's performance during the evaluation period. Each member of the board shall sign at the end of the form and forward it to the human resources manager. And again, just clear direction, so we're all on the same page, it's documented, and a timeline. One timeline I saw, and I'm not holding to the months that it says, but it was very clear. And in this example that I thought was a good example, is that the timeline was at the first regularly scheduled meeting in October. The manager presents the annual report to, the annual document to the commission. The chairman, no, that we get the evaluation form. I'm sorry. The first regular scheduled meeting in October in this instance. The second regular scheduled meeting in October is the deadline for completion of the evaluation form, and commissioners are encouraged to meet with the manager to discuss the evaluation. And at the first regular scheduled meeting in November, the compilation of the manager's evaluation and any recommendations are presented for ratification to the commission.
Thank you.
So sounds like we're on the right path. We just need to document it, move forward accordingly, and determine our schedule. I do recognize that what we're doing now is the post probationary period, I'll call it, evaluation and post what we're doing. So
Thank you. We also asked HR to reach out to the county to see about how their process for evaluating the county administrator, Ms. Jones.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I actually spoke with 4 different surrounding counties. Green Cove, I sent emails. I didn't get a response back from them. I also spoke with the Human Resource Director at the county. They do not do county commissioner evaluations.
County administrator evaluation?
Yes, they do not. I talked to the city of St. Augustine. Each commissioner, as stated, does evaluate individually the city manager, but it's not, and it's up to the commission if they want to present that in a public forum. But she said from the time that she's been there, which has been a few years, it has never happened in an open forum. I spoke to the city of the Green Coast, that was St. Augustine, and the city of Green Cove. The county does not evaluate. No, Green Cove did not respond. The county does not evaluate. And the city of Palm Coast. I spoke to them and they do not have a process and do not do evaluations as well.
That's interesting.
Well, that's interesting anyway. Not a good sign, but interesting.
So, my question is, do we need to determine what our process will be? Is that something we need to vote on? What do we need to do to move this forward?
To get clear.
To give clear direction?
Well, yeah, and I think it's important that we have clear direction that's documented. We were talking about, this is kind of segueing and related. On board, when a new commissioner is onboarded, or even the mayor, that we have these things documented so that there's not this floundering for months as to how to do something. And in this case, it's important.
If we had to make a recommendation, I would go with the recommendation that was initially recommended, or that was brought to us, because we did have Commissioner Davis serve somewhat as a liaison to gather that information. I would be more privy to having that as the process or standard and moving forward with that.
I agree as well with that. And it doesn't have to maybe even happen in a public forum. I mean, if this public record, if people want to get it, but at the same time, I think we do have to have some kind of performance evaluation.
So are we recommending that we individually do it, present individually to the city manager and share that information with the HR department, but that we don't present the actual compilation here? I'm just trying to get
So-
clear.
So let me say this, with the example I just gave, we do it, I'm sorry, individually. The commissioners do an individual evaluation, send it to HR to compile all of ours.
Mhm.
So I am concerned that if we just leave it there, how will we know what her final evaluation would be? We need to know that and
That feedback.
accept it, I suppose. And that's the question I'm
Approve
gonna
it. And I
have.
also think
Yeah.
that the other piece of that is if the community doesn't know if in the future and this is not specific to Miss Connie, but if there's any disciplinary action warranted, it will come out of nowhere, like it's been coming. So I think the community needs to know what it's based on.
And that's what my statements were based on the last time.
Yeah. That we have to accept and approve the
Correct,
copulation.
because no one of us will know what the final is.
Yeah.
We would only know our individual, so I'm not sure how we could not do that. Because it wouldn't be a commission evaluation if we don't all see it and agree to it.
So with that said, are we looking to have a motion made about the process? Or do we?
Yes, and I have one more question. I'll be happy to make a motion. I want to so the annual review, in this instance, it was in October and November. My question is, would we need to look at doing it? I don't remember, what month is her annual?
Her annual review would be from the time she was hired as city manager, which is 2/25, so the month of February. That's her annual.
Okay,
I think
so
it-
that's where we are right now.
Right.
Okay, so it just coincides with the other thing. Okay, great. And so if that's the case, then I move that we adopt the process of evaluating the city manager for individual evaluations by each commissioner. Our evaluations are then sent to HR to compile. It is recommended that the commissioner meets with the city manager to review their individual evaluation. And the first regularly scheduled meeting in January, the commissioners will receive the evaluation tool. The second regularly scheduled meeting in January is when that will be the deadline for completing the evaluation form. And the first regularly scheduled meeting in February is when the compilation will be presented to the commission for ratification.
May I act? I'll second. but for discussion and with, being that this is the first meeting, how would we move forward? Would that be adopted moving beyond this point? Or how would we, because this is the first meeting.
So when I'm considering this, because we have the form, is that,
There was some discrepancies with the form.
right, but I thought we got a corrected
Clean
form,
copy
a
of it.
clean form that was fillable.
Yes.
But we didn't vote on that form.
Oh,
Did we have to vote on that form? Because
I thought it was
yes,
just
it was just
corrected
the
and made
corrected the
fillable.
typo
There were some
areas and
scrivener's
making it fillable.
errors.
That's it.
And so let me say that I'm making this motion understanding that we have the form. Not saying
I'm fine with
it's
that.
true, but that we already have the form, and so we would still be able to meet this recommendation, this recommended timeline in the motion.
I'm fine.
We have a motion, a second. Any other further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. And with that said, at this point, we will present the compilation
In
the first
February.
meeting in February. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Since we're on this note, and I don't want to drag on, but we never truly, when we had in November the 24th, a special call meeting to discuss the finalization of the cure period, we never closed the loop we never recommended a letter, progressive discipline, a letter in her file of any sort, any of those concerns. And we probably need to discuss that, maybe not right now, but we need to bring closure to it unless we want to discuss it right now. But we never did. There was never a letter of reprimand or any other type of disciplinary letter placed in the file.
And that was a recommendation that I made.
Right, and it was.
I think this is the
Yeah.
time.
So I think we need to make a motion or make a discussion and specifically what the letters of reprimand should be about.
Who would author that? You, Madam Chair?
I can with HR, if that's
I was just-
will of the of the commission, it's up to you folks. And then we can bring them back for a vote of approval,
Let me ask this question to try to see if we can simplify this.
please.
Can the document not serve as, because there were listed things that had to occur? I'm just trying to simplify the
Yeah,
process.
we could pull, if you want to pull the more areas of bigger concern from that letter, from that document to create those letters, or just the document itself would serve as a letter of reprimand. Is that what you suggested?
Mayor, I trust your leadership, and
too.
I would recommend that you work with HR.
Okay,
to-
I will work with HR
Yes.
to bring something back.
Yeah, and using
Using that document.
correct, so that we're not introducing
Right,
new,
the
because I
basics.
think that was
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Jones.
No, I think she said it, so that, from the document, so that if there is any future violation, it'll be covered. The infraction will be already covered, you know what I'm saying?
Sure. Okay. On to, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, discussion direction of gas lamp funding. Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
I'm gonna try to make this really easy. Ms. Cardy, we gave direction, clear direction. And that direction was that we wanted to move forward with the desire of what we heard back from the majority. And I believe the direction was to provide financial support for making that happen based on information from the gas company as to how much it would cost to do it, to one, do it, and to maintain it going forward.
And with the knowledge that it can't, PRA funds could.
Could
be used
not,
to refurbish
that's correct.
lights, but cannot be used to pay the ongoing utility costs.
Correct. I
Exactly.
think that's where we landed.
So I will start. the information we had gotten was that it was $6,700 annually, and that there was an additional 3,000 to set aside for maintenance. So I did identify funding. At that meeting, there was also a comment from a commissioner that they would also be willing to put some of their funds there. But if without the commissioner funding, we do have the account that I was recommending. That's capital outlay in the commissioner budget 0010151166400. It is budgeted for 20,000. That's the amount that's in that account. And so I'm recommending that 12,000 is used from that account to meet the goal for this year.
Maybe I'm a little bit confused.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
So, Ms. Cardy,
Yeah.
I'm not following that. When you said 6,700 plus 3,000 for maintenance, that's information that we received already.
Right.
And when did we receive that information?
I don't have it in front of me, but we did receive it.
Recently, since our last meeting? So where I'm going with this is that information was an estimate that was given when a lot of research was done.
Right.
In the last meeting, the direction was given to go to the gas company. Actually, it was to and have a report of how much it costs today, actual numbers of approximately how much it would cost to light those, keep them going,
Mm-hmm.
and ongoing. Now, when you say maintenance, I'm not sure what you mean by maintenance, because are you referring to maintaining the lights if something broke or that? So we're looking for a comprehensive report. How much will it cost the city to keep the gas lights burning?
So I
Every
did
day.
not get a new report.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
did not get a new
Yeah.
report.
That's what I'm
The
saying. That was the direction.
Oh, okay. I thought the direction was to make sure that we could find funding
It was
to
both.
cover it.
Because if you don't know how much it costs, how you know what funding you
When we
need?
did the information, he used historical information. That's how he gave us the.
When was that information given?
I
Was
will
it
get
given in
recent-
2025?
I will get more
I-
recent
I just-
information.
I'm sorry, I just want to make
understand, but I
sure,
think-
because to Commissioner Campbell's point, apparently there's misunderstanding after the meetings when I thought we were clear.
I
So
thought
we can't
were.
find money that we don't know how much it is today.
I will check to see if those amounts have changed, but we have spoken to him on several occasions, but I will confirm if the numbers have changed. But if they have not changed, I did have the account number here
And I
that
was,
would accommodate.
But then, can I ask a question? You said $6,700. What does that mean? What is the
And I don't have it
$6,700?
sitting, Miss Karen, are you able to pull the agenda item up where I can actually read the information that was in because it's not here, it's not printed. So I'm being forced to.
And that's probably why I'm asking the questions, because we don't have the information. There's
But I did
no,
all the work for it, and it was in there.
Okay.
Okay.
and while that information is being pulled up, I want to be clear when it came down to Commissioner Boehm's statement. He stated that he would be willing to, if we were not able to
Exactly.
find the funding.
Right, and
So-
that's why I searched first. I'm not touching that. I did find this 20,000, that there was nothing that I'm aware of specifically allocated for that money.
And Attorney West just stepped out. I was going to ask her if those funds that are allocated to us can actually be used for this purpose, which I don't believe they can. But we'll have to wait till Miss West comes back.
So my approach is to use the funds to
I just
cancel.
want to wrap this conversation up because this conversation has been to the forefront of, it went from the CRA, now it's in the hands of the commission. We've given direction. We've heard
Right.
countless citizens who have come before us with regards to this. So I want to make sure when we close this out tonight,
Mm-hmm.
that we are ensuring the individuals that live within that community, they're gonna have gas lights.
Whether they want.
Are you able to pull it up?
Try something. I see it from 5 or 6 people, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't
The
matter.
amount
Fine
that
with
we
it.
received was $6,700 for the 17 gas lights,
True.
gas lamps. And that would be for the annual.
Okay, so we need accurate data of the costs. And I do wanna ask Attorney.
Make it
Can we have
larger?
this in-
It's not a document, so.
But can you make that larger, that writing?
No.
Not really?
That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes, she can. She'll have to make the actual page.
Yeah.
She can.
Ms.
she
West,
can
you
make the-
stepped out, and I was gonna say, so when we've been talking about this topic and Commissioner Borum offered the possibility of using the funds that were allocated, is that allowable for those particular funds? Aren't they designed for specific use, the program around them, the funds that we all receive at the budget session? To use,
Special events.
correct,
Special
that's what
events.
I said, so they can't be used for this. That's what. Well, of course, Commissioner Borum, he needs to hear, not to bug you again, but Commissioner Borum needs to hear that from you, Attorney West. When I say.
So what I can do is confirm that those numbers are still valid. It's my understanding that it is, but I will ask him to give me an additional report. At the time he did go back.
Can we come back to that?
We can.
If that's.
It's the mayor's
Back to the mayor.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can we come back
Excuse
to
me,
that?
Chair.
Mayor?
Sorry, Mayor, forgive
Yes, we
us.
can come back to that, thank you. I was reading something else, I wasn't even feeling.
I
To be
guess
fair.
he could address.
Yeah, can we, may we have just a 10-minute recess? Because
Can we wrap this up before we have a 10-minute recess, please? Okay. And Ms. West, could you please reiterate?
The question was whether or not the commissioner's special event fund, discretionary fund can be used for this purpose, and it cannot, it can be used for special event funding.
Okay, oh, I very well understand that, but if I return a portion back to the general fund, then that would be up to the discretion of the city manager at that time. So I can return whatever amount, and then it's the discretion of the city manager to be able to put it whatever fund.
Exactly.
We just wanted to be clear on that.
That would be achieved through a budget transfer.
okay, so we're waiting to hear the information. Oh, y'all don't have it.
No, it was just up and I don't know that. Ms.
Yeah.
Patty, what it would,
To see it, so I'm trying.
so what we need is the actual numbers.
I would, is it possible to at least let you understand that I do have that the account number where funds are available. There was nothing definitively scheduled for those funds. And I was tasked with trying to find where can we pull funds from. So that was my first option. And I can always go and look for more. However, the amount that I used was the research that I had been given previously. And I can confirm if that changed at all.
Okay, and
If it
I'm
did,
just
it
throwing this
only
out
take-
there with final, if we can have final numbers, can we move forward? Folks have been sitting here for a long time, waiting for an answer, and I think we need to make a decision about whichever fund you're recommending, if we agree
Right.
with that, to move forward. And you come back and give us those numbers,
And I
because
can give
otherwise
you
it's
an
gonna go
update.
on and on and on.
Mhm.
So, and so is that something somebody wants to make a motion to allow these funds to be used for this purpose, at least for this fiscal year? We'll have to look at it the budget season again, I think.
I'll make a motion that we use those funds to be able to address, for this current year for the gas lamp.
which includes refurbishing, paying the utility costs and maintenance.
which includes refurbishing, paying the
Ongoing utility. costs.
ongoing utility costs.
So
With a motion is second, all in favor?
we have a question
Question
Question, I'm sorry.
and public comment.
and public comment.
Yeah,
So
yeah, and I have several.
I,
so-
I can't support the motion if I don't know how much. I just, we don't have enough information.
Okay. With that said, I'm going to open the floor to public comment. Ms. Garris?
Pam Garris, City of Palatka. I actually called the Gas Authority manager, is that his title?
Brett.
Last month, and he told me 67 or 6,000 something is the ballpark for the gas, I can tell you right now.
Annual.
And then there's a part of the money that is to refurbish, fix the whatever, and that comes out of CRA, right? That was what I heard last meeting. If it was not recurring, it could come out of CRA. And then I also asked him about some kind of device that would time it, so the gas cost would be less. It costs a little more initially to put that good thing on there, but it will cut it off during the daylight hours, and that's what needs to be done if you're gonna do it, okay? I actually found a picture in the Florida Memory Project of what looked like gas lights to me in Palatka. Above everything.
I don't like things thrown at me, just to let you know.
Please don't take that personally, Mr. Jones. Okay.
I'm just.
Homeowners in the South Historic District of Palatka approximately 10 years ago had control over how they wanted their TIF funds utilized through the CRA. This needs to revert back to this policy. The purpose of CRA is to eliminate blight, etc. Commissioners, mayor, city manager, and city attorney, you have been provided a historic photo of Palatka. The lamps depicted look very much like those in the South Historic District. There are many other historic photos in the source showing such lamps in Palatka, and that source is the Florida Memory Project, which is online. A lot of neat stuff in there. I implore the commission to fund the recurring cost of the gas to fuel the lamps, which will authenticate and add value to the South Historic District and the entire city. Our historic districts are suffering greatly in the last 5 years from neglect. Code compliance is addressing those issues at best they can, sometimes with cooperative property owners and sometimes not. The Historic Preservation Board has said with their ruling that solar panels are not authentic and they're not appropriate in the historic district. Please come to the aid of our historic districts before they succumb to neglect and blight. Take a ride around Palatka and see what can be done to visually improve our city so it shines like many other cities in Florida. Please fund the recurring cost of the fuel for the gas lamps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roach.
Cheryl Roach, Palatka. I did have some pre-written comments, but I'm not going to go with them because of everything that has transpired. I will say that I consider myself to be a meticulous person, and I do believe in attention to detail. I put a lot of effort into the presentation, and I am very happy to have been able to follow through with it. Brett was excessively cooperative pertaining to working with the city. He had discussed with Mr. Rousseau numerous times repairs and costs for the gas lamps, and he has always stuck by what was the original quote. I'm going to say that I think he would still honor that, and it was around $6,000. I agree with Ms. Garris that having a timer would be a very good idea, very cost effective. That should be a priority. And also that will limit the emissions for somebody that is concerned about such things. Something else that I had suggested, and I would very much recommend you do it, and I provided this to the Gas Authority, is that the the glass cylinder that can be purchased that goes over the flame will prevent blowouts. That is a big problem. It costs the gas company $40 per blowout. And I certainly don't want the city to have to pay for that. So moving forward, if you are going to approve the reinstatement of these gas lamps, if you would consider the timer, and also if you would consider the cylinder to keep them lit. And I sincerely thank Mr. Campbell for all of his support in this. Greatly appreciated. You stood by from the very beginning, and I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? We have a public comment on this topic? Seeing none, we close public comment. We did have a motion and second on the floor. Commissioner Davis, did you need to say something?
Yes, so I would like, I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion? I don't. I'm tired.
Well, I made the motion to approve the gas lamp reinstatement to include the ongoing maintenance and the cost of the gas.
Okay,
Refurbishing the gas lights, ongoing utility costs and maintenance.
okay. And so based on the information we just heard. Oh, yeah, for this year. So based on the information we heard, I would like, when we consider the timer and the gas cylinder to be added. And if we're amenable to a I'm like, losing words, I'm tired. An amendment, because if we're going to do this, I'd rather us do it properly and in a way that would minimize unexpected costs.
Great, I'm going to make that investment.
so-
when you do it.
So I'll make a amended motion to also include the timer and also the cover to go over the
Blame.
lamp, the gas cylinder. As an amendment.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Did you vote either way? I'm not listening.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. On to public hearings. Do we want to take a recess first?
No, we need to go, man.
Right.
Let's do it.
I'm with going. Second reading ordinance 2025-20, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, amending the code of ordinances to prohibit smoking and vaping in all city parks. Any,
Second.
the motion is second. Anybody here for public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. You would nay here, okay. One nay. B, request to annex, amend, and rezone 902 South State Road 19, ordinance number 2026-01, 2026-02, 2026-03, and the parcel ID number is 11-10-26-0000-0574-0012. Mr. Agamo.
Just like you indicated, this is a request for annexation of 1.09 parcel right there at 902 South State Road 19. And also to amend the future land use and to rezone the property. The intent of the property owner is to obtain water services and sewer services from the city. We have reviewed the application for compliance with the Florida statute that governs annexation. We also check against the comprehensive plan to make sure that it was consistent, the future land use amendment, and also we review the rezoning criteria, and staff is recommending approval. It was reviewed by the planning board on December 2nd, and they recommended approval as well.
Thank
I
you.
believe the
Any
representative
questions?
from the property owner is here in case you have any questions.
What type of business?
This is a commercial plaza, and they have different businesses in that plaza. And there was one that is being proposed, or is already either in there, is a restaurant that was relocated to this plaza. In order to operate the restaurant, they needed to have connection to the sewer.
So this says unit 1. Is the entire
Plaza?
Yeah, this is,
plaza 1 unit?
no, the one unit is just for the restaurant.
So we're only annexing the
You're
restaurant?
annexing the whole parcel, which is the whole
Is that
plaza.
an error, or is that?
You said unit 1 is the whole plat.
So that's what I asked. So all of those parcels is 1 unit, is what you're telling me?
It's
'Cause-
one.
Because it's like,
Let me explain. It's one parcel of land that has the commercial plaza. Inside the commercial plaza, there are different lots, not lots, but the different stores or businesses.
units.
Different
Units.
stuff. Yeah, different units.
But what
So,
you're annexing is the whole parcel.
It's the
But-
whole plaza, it's this unit specific that needs the services, is that what you're saying? It's because it's
That
different.
is correct. The intent of the annexation is to get water and sewer services.
so you annex, that is, go ahead, because I can't
I'm,
get it out.
I have a question with Commissioner Jones. Let me just make sure we're clear. 902 North State Road 19, we're talking about this plaza
Correct,
to annex into the city.
correct.
The entire plaza.
Yes.
Then the question is, why does it say unit 1 in the property description?
That is the description of the parcel.
That's the legal description.
Oh,
That's the legal description.
okay.
It doesn't mean that is,
okay.
store 1 or store 2.
That's what it looks like, and I'm
I
with
think that was
Commissioner
the
Jones.
conclusion.
Yeah, maybe
That was a
but no, that's
confusion.
the legal description. What we're annexing is the
Very
whole
interesting.
parcel of land.
So, and I called about this question. So if you're familiar with the Sears Plaza, are you familiar with the Sears Plaza?
Yes.
So it's almost like where you live, Commissioner, Rolling Hill. One side of the plaza is gonna be city, and the other side is the county, and they share the same parking lot.
No.
Oh, yeah?
No. What we're annexing
Yep.
is the parcel of land that
I-
is in the legal description.
Is that the owner?
Yeah.
Is that the owner? You said the
I know
owner's
the
here.
owner's not here, I don't think.
I thought
I
you
thought it was here.
Oh.
Oh, are
You
they?
said he was here.
Is the owner
So,
here?
so can you pull it up? You having us trying to describe it with my hand. Did you pull it up, please, Madam Clerk? And I know that we spoke about squaring the boundaries around town, where like in Rolling Hills, you have one side of the road is in the county, and across the street is in the city.
Yes.
Yeah, that shows the parcel that's being annexed. The orange one.
And so the one that's adjacent or across from it,
To the north of that is city boundary. So it's adjacent to the city. What is south of it is county.
South of this parcel. though.
Right.
Yeah, south of this
The
parcel.
plaza. itself.
is
That is the county.
right, that's in the same parking lot. They use the same parking lot.
Well, I don't know if it's the same parking lot or not. What I'm saying is that parcel is what is being annexed.
Well, you guys are familiar with it, so
I think whenever a property becomes contiguous to another, city boboundaries, is the owner can request
Volunteer.
It's a
annexation.
voluntary annexation. Yeah.
I get that. So let me just ask this question, and I'll be done with it, because I have seen it. I did ask you a question prior. So how do we?
Ever square off the boundaries? Is that what you're gonna ask?
Yeah, and I mean, if we're doing an effort to square up the boundaries, why are we continuing to do these kind of things?
Yeah.
Because it's voluntary. I think it's
Because
voluntary.
Because it's a voluntary annexation.
If we force,
Can we
We,
just,
we cannot go and annex the parcel and next to it
yeah,
if we don't have consent from the
me,
property.
all them people done talk now, it's out here. So can they, this for the owners that going, can they just get the services? City sewer and
They
water?
can only get our water services and sewer if they part of the city. And that's the reason that they're asking for the annexation.
I think he's asking for more, we understand that. I think it's more of a future approach.
Oh,
So
What
we
are we
don't
doing?
have this.
well, the
problem.
future approach, the future annexation. Happy you asked that question because this is part of the agenda of your next meeting with the county commission, which is where we're going to be addressing
Exactly.
the ISBA, which is the Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement, which we're going to be able, hopefully, we're going to be able to agree to annexation of certain areas, especially, starting with the enclaves. But that is something you're going to be
So they
discussing with the
could,
county.
folks could get services without having to voluntarily annex into the city at a higher rate than city
Yeah,
residents.
if they're not adjacent to the city and they want to get the water service and the sewer, they have to do an annexation agreement with the city.
Okay.
So when it is contiguous to the city, then they have to annex. If it is adjacent to the city already, like in this case, then the only way to get the water is to
Right
annex.
now, so we
And
need.
that's
to-
what we're doing here.
All right, you had, that's my other question. I wanted to bring it to the commission about
I understand.
getting that done on the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion.
I move to approve.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Request to annex amend to rezone 106 Comfort Road. And on to the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka. This is ordinance number 2026-04, 2026-05, and 2026-06 for parcel number 37-09-26-0000-0230-0010. Mr. O'Donnell.
Yes, again, this is a request annexation. It's a 3.66 acre parcel for the purpose also of getting water and sewer service from the city. We also are doing the future land use amendment and the rezoning of the parcel once it's annexed. We have reviewed this for the annexation to comply with the Florida statute, as well the comprehensive plan and the rezoning criteria that we have in our code. And we are recommending approval. The planning commission, planning board also reviewed this and recommended approval. And I do have, I believe, the property owner here. The intent of them is to develop an industrial parcel, about 13,000 square feet of industrial use.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of the property owners? No. With that said, any questions at all? If not, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment on this particular item? Seeing none, we close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We need a second.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Commissioner comments? Anybody have any comments?
Just real quick, we have the annual MLK festivities on the 17th, which is that Saturday. We will have a commemoration brunch that starts at 10 o'clock at the Calvary Life Center. Speaker for that event is Pastor Jay, who is the pastor of the Calvary Life Center. And on that Monday, we'll have the annual festival, but we'll start off with a walk at 10:30 from the Jenkins Recreational Center down to the Booker Park area with the festivities starting from entertainment starting at 11 to 3. We have several vendors that'll be out. If your schedule permits, please come out and join us.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Davis?
Yes, I want to just give some comments about the meeting. The meeting was extremely long, and I think there's opportunity for it to be much shorter. And I'm going to ask again, which I asked last year, that we can have summary presentation slides for this meeting. There was a lot of going back and forth to gather information. In addition, the agenda, I was a little unclear on some of the agenda items. When we're having presentations, if possible, can we have who the presenters are, their names, or so we can understand more information? So just an opportunity for some cleanup and administrative and operational efficiencies, which we've discussed previously, that I thought we were going to try to implement prior to the end of the year. I know we've had some other work, but I'm hoping we can get this done immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Barr,
No comments, Mayor.
and Commissioner Jones.
No.
One. Okay, and again, in all the paperwork we had,
What?
Ms. West put together a packet of the legislative session monitoring report. And there are several listed, and I'm not gonna keep us here, but look it over, and we probably need to come back and see if we want to have her draft any resolutions in support of any of the specific items. Just bringing it up. We have a motion.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on. Would y'all?
Okay.
They've been here.
This is not public comment time, though. You can't do that now. You have to do it.
You can get the mayor after the meeting.
Yeah. Okay, you can do that, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We have a motion.
Motion to